like he looked like he was 50 again. You know, he had the dad pudge, he had the dad jeans on. So it was great to see him in good health again. He's like, he joked around, he goes, I'm losing most of my teeth. But then he goes and bites a piece of candy. He's like, I don't care.
Ooh, piece of candy.
I'm glad that you had a good trip because I was wondering how it went.
Oh man, it was great to see my aunt and uncle. We had saw them a couple years ago. That's when we first told them we were my Leia was gonna have a baby, and then of course we broke the news to them that we're engaged, so they were very happy. And of course, like the second I got to see that one of the greatest moments of my life was watching my first football game, watching my Packers win. I was like, man, this is almost better than my son being born. I said that.
Man, Greg, you know what? Like, I know you don't relate to any Texas people down here, but if you said that down here, you would have been crowd surfing down here to say
yeah.
that. You live by Texas, you die by Texas. I feel like
oh god, yeah, I know.
like here, like football is like the be all end all, and I feel like they got it really right in Big Bang Theory. If you've ever seen that scene where it's like, where they're surprised that Sheldon knows about football, and it's like little league football, pee wee football, college football, NFL, and it's like every kind of football. If you watch it, you fit in down here.
Try living in the South. Oh my God, you live in Alabama, and it's all about college football. You got
it was the same way in Tennessee.
Alabama, Auburn,
Tennessee, yeah.
Roll Tide.
Oh my God, the short time I was in Colorado when Travis picked me up in Colorado for our camping trip, like, holy hell, like I wanted to be there. I'm like, oh my God, this isn't like Texas at all. I don't want to go back. Don't make me go back. Like, nothing was better than going in that airport and somebody just like, oh my God, are you lost? Do you know your way? If you were in Texas, they'd be like, move out the fucking way, loser. Like Colorado, I was kind of shocked. Like every 5 minutes, I had someone asking me, like, "Do you know where you're going? Do you need help? I can help you. Where are you going? What are you looking for?" I'm like, "I'm looking for the damn exit. This airport's confusing as fuck."
So I got my Twitch summary, and I'm only gonna read this because I am just absolutely blown away how much my Twitch is like, how well I've done. So I averaged 10 people watching, 12 new subs. So I had 12 new subs and average 10 people watching. I'm up to. I know Justin hates me right now. You know what, Justin? I try to watch you, Justin, but either you or Ross go live first, and you're both live at the same time for like an hour. So it's really hard to pick one.
Watch it both.
I think I'm actually kind of done with Twitch at this point.
Sorry, Rainer, quick. Justin, so next week, do we want to try streaming from my Twitch also?
Well, we could set it up, but we would have to probably drop Facebook to do it. So we could probably do that, but we wouldn't have chat access. It'd be like whenever I was streaming to Ross's Twitch, where you would have to monitor your own chat.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Okay,
we can think about that then.
Yeah,
just depends on how you guys want to do it.
I mean, I'm all fine with it. People wanting to, stream the show to the Twitch. You can also set it up to do a host on your channel, host it on your channel over here live. So if you want to do that,
okay,
you're most welcome to do that.
I post trash Marvel Avengers content to my channel, so I don't want the show going there. We'll be losing viewers. No, seriously. Like I have been streaming on Discord, like having friends watch on there.
Okay.
It's funny that I have like 140 something goddamn followers on Twitch and I can't get more than 2 to watch me at a time. So it's like when I'm on Discord and I've got 10 people watching, I'm like, oh my God, I'm famous. I got, we got Ross's Discord. I got my own Discord and I got a couple other Discords I hang out in, but like, I'm going to start using my Discord whenever I stream a lot more. So I'm not, I guess my only pet peeve with Discord is you can't stream to multiple servers at one time. Like you can only do one server at a time. So like I'm on like 5 or 6 and I would like to stream to multiple, but
I think you can if you have Twitch or no, not Twitch. If you have what is that, Nitro? Can't you?
Brandon's gotta have Twitch. Justin, there you go, Nitro. If you have Nitro going, that's like, isn't that like $10, $15 a month or something like that?
It's like $4.99, I think.
$4.99, okay.
Yeah, $4.99 a month. I think you can actually stream on multiple servers with Nitro.
Well, I can't pay for Nitro because guess what, guys? That goes into my next bit of news. I'm now a Final Fantasy 14 addict.
Oh god.
God.
Part of my
Poor
grieving
thing.
case was 3 days straight where I was like, you know what, fuck homework. And I played this game like for 3 days straight. And I'm like level like 54 already, like in like 3 days. Like I just could not stop playing. Like I was just like, this is like I was trying to distract myself, but then I realized, oh god, I'm alone playing this, and this is like I'm stuck with the thoughts circulating in my head every time there's a loading screen. And
Boo,
just,
Mariners.
So maybe put the image up.
So-
Greg.
there's very few things Travis will fight someone over. I believe the Mariners is one of the few things that he will.
Yeah. No one wants to see Travis angry. Okay, so my current stats is I have 101 followers, 30-day performance, 30 stats, and let me click on that one, which not too bad.
Justin, play Marvel's Avengers. That'll double like instantly because for some reason, like that community is so, like I've never noticed when you play a bad game like that community is so tight where they will all jump in and like we're going to support this creator because they're not playing they're playing our game and no one notices us and it's like Marvel's Avengers is like mediocre, but I was like having so much fun. Like you could snipe with a punch with Captain not Captain but like
See, I
Miss
thought
Marvel.
about.
Like I was just like she is like broken as fuck. Like it's funny that her and Black Widow are broken because you would think like, oh well, Iron Man and Thor. No, they're garbage.
Oh,
Garbage.
Miss Marvel.
Yeah, Miss Marvel. And I was like,
she was the whole reason I was looking into that game to begin with.
Oh, she's like central story. Like she is like the biggest part of that story, and she is honestly a breath of fresh air with that cast. I do like the snarky bits. Huh?
Hey Ross, Mortal Kombat 11.
Hold on, let Travis say what he was saying, man.
Apologies, I don't mean to interrupt. I'm gonna quickly mute you guys because I'm gonna write the recaps. I haven't gotten a chance to really write today, so
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be back.
We got time. We're still waiting on Sun anyway, so go ahead. So, Mortal Kombat 11 is $13.89 on CD keys. I've so thought about getting this
Oh
game.
my god! I wish we could get a Mortal Kombat tournament going between the Super Geeks. Like that'd be freaking great.
I suck at fighting games. I love playing them. NetherRealm crafts a really awesome story, but I suck at fighting games.
You know what? I had an unexpected moment, guys. Like when I played Mortal Kombat, when I started back up with 10, like because I was terrible at fighting games. I hated fighting games, and then like my ex had convinced me to get Mortal Kombat 10. There's a reason he won't play that game with me anymore because I played through the story, and the story's enough to get you mastered and like teaches you to cancel, teaches you to do all that along the story. And I was like, by the time I was done, he's like, I'm not fucking playing with you. And then when he would play with me, he's like, who are you playing? Liu Kang? No! Just like, no!
You have Mortal Kombat
always
tournaments. You
my
can't use
jam.
these characters.
My Liu Kang was my jam back in the day in early Mortal Kombat because I just bicycle the kick out of everybody. Be like, yep, fuck you. Oh.
This is for us Twitch affiliates, me and Ross. Ross, you're gonna like this. So I finally got the hang of my Twitch rewards. So I did this for my viewership rewards. So for channel points, I have to name them. Now that's what I call high quality H2O. I have major pain reporting for duty. That's the posture check. I have geez, look at the butt on that. That's doing squats. I have
you have no shame.
I have Dr. Claw. That one I have to turn my back to the camera and pretend I'm petting a cat like Dr. Claw. And
can you do the voice?
Yes, I got to try the voice.
Cats.
I knew, but I
must be able to do the voice.
And then my last
next time.
And then this one you guys are gonna like. This one's called "Oh Captain, My Captain." I have to stand straight up like Ethan Hawke in Dead Poet Society and say, "Oh,
you have no shame."
No.
But you know what you should do? You should put a perk on there that Greg has to say something nice about new Star Trek.
That's the world's
most of my viewers don't watch. a lot of my viewers don't watch Star Trek. They're all Pokemon right now. But
Okay.
and then I have one called Uno Mas Por Favor, which that one's up to 2,500 channel redeem points, and whoever gets that, I either have to chug a beer or take a shot during my stream.
Jesus Christ, Greg, I'm begging you, please just play any other Pokemon game on your stream, not Pokemon Go. There's
Okay,
Black
no,
and White.
no, time out. Random. I will play. I would love to play like Sword or even like Soul Silver. Like, don't know how to like stream into my Twitch because the Switch, I'd have to get the capture card, which is I can do that right now. But like, if I want to do like on my DS and play Soul Silver, I can't.
I kid you not, they're like $200 or $300. I know they're a little bit expensive, but if you ever
Okay.
find like extra scrap, they actually have DSs with built-in capture cards that you can buy off this website. I could send you the link after the show if you want it.
Okay.
Because that's what my 3DS has. Because I used to stream with that way back in the day.
I get a
My
lot of
friend
viewers from my
Keith-
Call of Duty streams too, though. Like, people get a kick out of that because then I get called out with like, "Oh, you're a camper." I'm like, "Yeah," and I'm like, "Come find
Well, it's
me."
funny. It's like, you're camping, but I'm gonna follow you.
Hello,
My friend Keith
son.
used to stream
There's-
Smash Brothers on his 3DS.
Yes, I
3DS
watch him stream
has-
Smash Brothers.
And they make it quality too, like how they put the board in.
Bless you, Travis.
And they have the port on the back. Like I thought it was going to be like really shoddy, like how they put it together, but mine is like solid. I have my it was before it was stolen. That was the one that got stolen. I had my Sun and Moon one with Solgaleo and Lunala on the front, but that thing was the most solid thing that I've had. Like in terms of streaming, like that thing, you plug it in, the software pops like right up as soon as it like connects because the DS immediately sends a signal. It was wonderful. Like I love that thing to death. It was the best $300 I ever spent.
Not a whole lot of Star Trek news this week. There was something on
I saw
Trek movie, but I threw that in the chat. I didn't really feel it Trello worthy. Because it's just behind the scenes
News
stuff
is
from
pretty
Star
light
Season
this
3.
week, but we got some good topics, I think.
Yeah, it'll be fine. We generally find ways to keep talking, so.
The
Oreo
Tokyo
story-
Game Show went on, huh?
The
Oh,
Oreo story is gonna be fun.
So I showed you guys the Heavy Destroyer that I finished this week. This
Yes.
is another beast that I had painted up
Ooh.
and slightly kit bashed.
Only
So
slightly.
this is the original model as it was in the kit. I gave the other one a new blade from a different kit, and I don't know if you can tell, but the head is a little different.
I know this is going to sound like a stupid question because I've
Oh.
heard this term a lot when it comes to Star Trek, and now I'm hearing it here. What the hell is kit bash?
It's when you take different pieces from different model kits and swap them out to make things look a little different. Like,
okay. You see,
like
that
the
should have
heads
been a
and
given
the
then.
swords for these two models. That's a kit bash.
Kind
It's
of like
a-
taking the wings off a Maquis fighter and then adding
Slapping
Voyager's
them on the Voyager.
nacelles and then slapping the wings onto the Voyager hull.
the
Ugh.
Jaeger class. Also, the New Orleans class,
Yeah.
which
And
was a,
Cheyenne.
which was just a TNG, an Enterprise D model kit, shaved, compacted, and then they glued a couple highlighter markers on the top and bottom.
Just look
I mean,
up Wolf 359 background
was-
ships, and you'll get a whole history on this
Yeah,
shit.
they were ships that were never meant to be fully detailed. So, for the most
Right.
part,
Like the
And then
Cerritos.
they're
the only one that ever had any real detail in any way was the fucking Jaeger class, and everybody seems to hate it. It's always flying around Deep Space Nine.
we need to put the Babylon 5 reboot news.
Oh, how did we miss
Yeah.
that? Yeah.
Didn't we talk about it last week? I thought I put it on
No.
there.
I'm pretty sure we covered it last week.
Oh, you
I
did.
saw
Okay.
it. Did we?
Yeah.
Oh, Ross, I am so glad you were talking about the Tokyo Game Show. I'm looking at stuff on here. Oh my god, this blows
Oh
my
my
mind.
god, Ross, Command and Conquer, the Ultimate Editions on EA Pro. Oh, yes.
Get it, man.
Yes.
Get it, man.
Oh, I am.
I
Yeah.
apologize for being a little bit late to the pre-show.
Oh, you are okay.
The internet's kind of freaky. Well, I say the internet. The Yogscast internet sphere is freaking the fuck out. So.
Yeah,
happened?
my internet's been having issues too the last couple of days. But
I mean, it's almost like
Mine isn't anymore.
it's almost like companies don't understand hypocrisy, right?
Yes.
Condemn a person on the one hand while literally being the hand that's done it yourself in leadership at a company.
Shadow Tactics, way to the Shogun, Mass Effect, Andromeda, Mass Effect 1, 2, 3, Ultimate Edition. Ooh. Okay, yeah, I'm having loads of fun this time. And see, I know I said earlier I wasn't going to subscribe to something like Hulu, but something like this, I will subscribe to in a heartbeat because there's actually stuff on here that'll keep me busy for days. What, Nani?
Yes.
He's watching the Mariner game.
He's watching
I
Mariner
know I'm
beat the
still
shit out of
muted
people.
and I'm cheering like crazy while I'm writing. I'm watching the Mariners game. Mariners are winning 1-0.
Jesus.
It's bottom of the second year against the Angels. Let's go show. Let's go show.
So,
Jesus.
Raina, another example of a kit that should be this model right here. This looks absolutely nothing like any of the kits that it would.
Uh-oh.
No.
This thing is
Oh,
a
no.
combination of.
Oh, no.
We've returned to Robot Ross.
Ross, move if you can hear us. Okay, there he goes.
There he
I
is.
mean, if you were paying attention, you could see his eyes dart back and forth. It's kind of like watching Blade Runner again and realizing that almost every shot where you've got the little reflections of all the synths in Blade Runner, if you're paying attention, when Harrison Ford moves into those exact same things, he has those reflective eyes too, and no other human does.
Ross.
I didn't see any noticeable drop in my bit rate, so I'm not sure what the hell is going on.
Ross. I was paying you a visit because you're bad mouth. You were gloating about your internet being working. Don't gloat about internet working. The internet gods will smite you.
You know what? You know what's really funny about Travis doing this at the last minute? He reminds me of like every teen trying to get their homework done in like the last hour before they head to class.
No joke, Raina, I've done that. I wrote a 5-page paper in 2 hours before class, and I got an A.
Isn't that like the greatest feeling though? Like where it's like, I was playing games all weekend, but I put this paper out. And bam, boom! You looking for this?
As I was trying to say, so this is the body of the original model.
Cool.
With the head and weapon of one of these. I replaced the innards from the glowing rods in this one to something to make it in line with what's out now.
I was going to say the rods themselves actually really stand out from the rest of the figure.
Oh, yeah. When the Necrons were first retooled back in the late 90s, they all had these little glowing rods to really set them apart. But yeah, this is an example of a more significant kit bash. I really like I even have printed out a custom base for it.
Wait, so did they do that in Trek a lot? Like they just put together like ships like to make
does the Nebula class not look a lot like the Galaxy?
Okay.
The Miranda
who's
class.
working on their superhero alert?
Justin.
Okay.
Sorry.
I will say that I haven't watched any more DS9, but where I'm at is I'm actually really liking it.
Where did you stop right now?
I'm on episode. Hold on, I could give you the exact episode. It's funny because I can't remember names for shit, but like I remember like premises.
That's fair.
Yeah, like honestly, like with TNG, the names are like really self-explanatory, but DS9 sometimes the names are just whatever the fuck they want them to be. Oh yeah, I'm in the middle of Second Skin. Like I stopped midway the other day because when I got the news and whatnot. Yeah, but That one is
Hey
pretty good
guys,
so
my internet's acting up a little bit, so I'm going to reset and be right back.
Okay.
Okay, but
You know what's funny is
no.
I watch a YouTube commentator all the time who talks about Star Trek nonstop, and he loves talking about Star Trek, and like he says he keeps calling like the seminal Data episode "Make of a Man." It's Measure of a Man.
Jesus. And you know what? And it's not even like a small episode to like fuck up the name of. It's
Oh,
like
here you
one
go.
that's like life changing for a lot of people from what I've noticed, like not just me.
Hey, Raina, if you want to know about like the kit bashes and whatnot, here. Link to X Artists in Texas. We have a bunch of stuff about the Wolfite 359 background chips.
Mm. Cool. I just love the status: destroyed, 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 possibly salvaged, destroyed, destroyed, destroyed. That's kind of cool when I say this. I didn't know this was a thing.
Yeah, this show, the people go in and detail everything you find. It is. I need to share. And go to the page. I'm on. I am. Hello, Brenda. Hello, everybody who has joined us for the pre-show. Sorry, Ross had to step out because his internet sucks. But
David, don't
we'll be
spoil.
back
Oh
soon.
my God, Brandon, I'm gonna kill your brother. That's just Venom may be in the MCU. Yes, we know Venom's in the MCU, but don't go and confirm it.
I haven't even seen the second one yet.
Oh, that
It
news
just came out
broke
today.
the other day. Yeah, that news broke.
My news is Final Fantasy 14, Final Fantasy 14, and surprisingly, Final Fantasy 14.
I'm not hearing a lot of Star Trek in there right now.
I know. I'm behind. Like,
I
do
actually stopped at the Best of Both Worlds on season 3.
like. I need to.
Look, I don't blame Raina for needing a break this week. Shit.
I was ripping my hair out those first 3 days. I swear.
Let's see, sharing to the group and share it. All right,
I will say that I actually kind of like the beginning of season 3, the Search Part 1 and 2. I just love
That was good.
I love. Is it pronounced Garrick? I think is the
Garrick.
name. Like, okay,
Garrick.
I have. Okay, so I have been pronouncing it right. Like I thought it was pronounced.
Just
like
plain simple Garrick.
Garrick.
I love the scene where he sits down in front of Cisco and is like basically like implying that they should basically mutiny.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like I love where Cisco's like he's like, I never knew that we agreed so much on things, Garrick. Like just that smirking, like, oh, I see what you're getting at.
Raina, you're when you get to season 6. When Cisco and Garrett get together again for an episode called "In the Pale Moonlight," you're gonna lose your mind.
That whole scene, like he's growing on me like so much. Like I just love
hell
that.
Yeah.
I love where he's like faking like he's gonna betray them to the Jem'Hadar. He's like, and this is the part where I get you to be on my side, and then I shoot you. And then he just shoots those 2 Jem'Hadar. It's like the greatest.
Wait until Warp shows up a little bit later.
Oh, I know. Like I keep hearing about that. Like that he does come back in that. So I was like, I'm pretty
Best of both worlds.
My favorite interaction with Garrick is between Bashir and him in season 2, I believe, where he goes, which are true? The lies of the, what's true and whatnot. He goes, "It's all." He goes, "My dear doctor, they're all true, even the lies." He's all, "Especially the lies." I'm like, "Oh man, that's like my favorite interaction between Garrick and anybody is between him and Bashir in that episode, and then Cisco and him in Pale Moonlight."
I just have to say, like, another good one that I love when he's introduced and Dr. Bashir is like thinking he's like some Cardassian spy. And it's like, I think he's a spy. Well, that's a serious accusation. What makes you think that he's a spy? He told me that I need to buy a suit.
Oh
You know
yes,
what, doctor? I think you could buy a suit.
I think you could use a new suit. Oh god, it was his naivete is so amazing the way Alexander Siddig portrays it. And Cisco's on top of it. He goes, "Well, doctor, you need a new suit."
It's like weird because like I was really like the first one to say I really don't like that actiony captain bullshit like that Kirk had, but and I was like fangirling over Picard when I was watching TNG, but I like Cisco is like the perfect balance of both. Like
He gets a bit more actiony as seasons go on, but he is a balance.
Yeah, because like he's diplomatic when the situation absolutely requires it, but if there's an alternative where he has to use firepower, he 99% of the time will take the option that's like, get the fuck off my station before I remove you.
So the best thing about Garrick is
headphones.
If you want to learn how to poker face, that's where you study Garrick. Because even in the middle of the most frantic situations, Garrick has a poker face.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh yeah. It's funny though, because like the characters, like I said, guys, that were my least favorite to start with were Kira and Oda. They have become my favorite. Oda especially like it has like some really deep and compelling and just like episodes that really changed me.
Mm-hmm.
Just wait.
Like it was like Measure of a Man like 3 times in a row.
Oh, it gets better. It gets way better.
Odo and Kira, very, very well done. The writers did really well with them going forward in the show.
Kira especially, because she was one that was like, oh my god, like she's kind of getting on my nerves.
No, the first episode, she gets on your nerves right fucking away. But then as the season goes on, even just halfway through season 1, I was like, oh, she's not that bad.
Like my biggest dread was like, oh god, here we go. We got another fucking Tasha Yar again. And it was like that was where my mind was, and then it was like, oh, actually, you know what? Not bad. Like I was
the only one that gets Tasha Yard.
Do you guys notice that? Okay, everybody hates Tasha Yar, and everybody hates like the first half of season 1 Kira, and you realize they literally have the same fucking backstory, and you hate that character at that point. They're literally survivalists who've been fighting for their life their whole life up to that point.
The Ross has returned.
Ross. Yep. I will say if I had to pick up to what I've seen in DS9 so far as my favorite episode, it would easily have to be Necessary Evil. Like I love that where they're showing the past station, like when it was occupied by the Cardassians, and now how it all ties together. Like I love that noir shit that goes on, like that they occasionally like touch on, like where they touch on how the characters were so different, but they were the same kind of thing. And that especially, like that station, like I thought like DS9 was like a really dark and brooding station like after the occupation. No, that shit was straight up dark.
So you see the Mirror Universe? Have you seen the Mirror Universe episodes yet?
No.
Considering what's going on in our world today, you're going to freak the fuck out come the Bell Riots.
Oh yeah. What's the name of that episode? I'm
pretty sure it's
Future Imperfect.
No. That's Voyager. I'm pretty sure it's called the Bell Riots.
Yes. Hang on.
It's weird because like I feel like Necessary Evil
past tense.
Past tense. Thank you.
Like Necessary Evil is like my favorite episode so far, but the deepest one for me, like the one that really made me think, was probably In the Hands of the Prophet, which is the end of season 1. Like it's a really strong finish to that season. Also, it blew my mind that the changelings were the Dominion. Like my mind is just I'm still trying to wrap my head around that.
So season 3 does not end the way you think it does. Season 4 premiere, The Way of the Warrior, that's technically season 3 and season 4 beginning. But that one will put a smile on your face.
Yes, it will.
Yes,
That's the one I mentioned for you to pay attention
and hold on,
to.
Raina. I have to ask you. So is Chief Miles Edward O'Brien not proving he is one of the most important people in Starfleet?
He went from like exactly what Q said, oh, you're one of those little people, to probably like one of those characters that is not only essential, but fucking changes the game with his knowledge. Like, there's so many situations where it's like, man, this should just be a straight up loss. And O'Brien's like, man, I got this shot, and it's 1 in a million, but I'm gonna make this shit work with bubble gum and duct tape.
They do a groundhog. They do a time traveling episode with him, and it's fucking great.
So here's the thing. Like, if you watched and paid attention to anything he said in the Next Generation, he talks about shit like this. Like, he talks about being in the first Cardassian War and like being this master engineer. That's why he's like on starships and ship as a chief engineer. It's because he literally got a transporter working with fucking nothing. He was fucking MacGyver even during the Cardassian Wars.
Well, what makes me laugh is that's actually one of the best episodes, the one where the Cardassians are like come on the ship. They come on the Enterprise, they're in TNG. That's like one of my favorite ones, and he's explaining, I don't hate you, I hate what you made me become. Like, I feel like that is like a poetic statement of war in general. And looking at it,
I hated TNG Cardassians that with the stupid little helmets and the sideburns that came all the way down their ears.
You didn't like Golden Cott's cousin Golmaset?
No.
Raina, Chief Miles O'Brien has probably one of the best episodes in DS9, and around season 6, I believe it is. He leads a mission where he's in command, and takes Garrick with him. But that's all I'm gonna say. Like, he absolutely has one of the best episodes. Yes, it's called Impact More, and he absolutely owns that episode. Like, you see the real Miles Edward O'Brien.
I'm gonna say, like, probably one of the my favorite reactions, and obviously, is I love when he sees Q. like that reaction's never gonna get out of my head where he's like, oh, bloody hell. It's like, just damn it. No, but I think my favorite overall reaction to just being underprepared on this station is I love Kira's whole thing where the Cardassians are attacking the station, and she's like, and O'Brien's like, we don't have anything. We don't have shields. We don't have anything. And she's like, you know what? I'm going to fake it till we make it. We have lasers. We've got rockets. We will blow you out of this system. But we don't believe you. You want me to prove it? Okay, you know what? 1v1 me. And it was like, oh my God, you're doing the world's biggest Call of Duty fucking fake out ever. And I was just I was so proud of them.
Call of Duty was even a thing.
Well, it was just I just love that whole, we don't have shit, but we're going to make you think we can blow you off the map. Here it's funny because it was I think Travis will actually recall this. I texted him because he was asking me when I was watching the first episode, how are you feeling the characters? I'm like, Odo's fucking weird. Kira's fucking obnoxious. I said Dr. Bashir is just okay. I like Dax's personality. I said Cisco's really the only one speaking to me. And then by the end of season 1, it's I like Odo and Kira.
By season 5, all of their, they all kind of grow a bit. Even Bashir loses his little boyish charm.
You know what?
Why?
I give Dr. Bashir some fucking credit, though. He acts like a fucking doctor right off the bat.
Yes.
You're going to put pressure on this wound, and I'm going to run this laser over it. And it's going to hurt like hell, and this is how it's going to be. And it's he's the nicest guy, but he's he's less ranked than Beverly, and it feels like he does more in that first season than Beverly did her whole fucking career. He actually
feels like an authoritative doctor.
Oh, yeah. And honestly, his standout episode to me was not even one that was, his episode. Oh, what was? I think it was called Invasive Procedure. Like the way he treats the situation, like a doctor that's forced to do this against his will. He acts like a doctor that's forced to do this against his will.
He has he has more episodes coming at that where it's him. The section you've heard of it, Section 31. He deals with that when you get to those episodes, you see Bashir really like take control.
Also, I gotta give mad props to the Quark Dr. Bashir fake out on the Jem'Hadar. Or no, not on the Jem'Hadar. It was on the Klingons. Remember when they were on the station? And it was what episode was that? Where I gotta find it. It was driving me crazy. I have had a long week.
Where the Klingons visit the station for the first time. Interestingly enough, it won't be the last time they visit.
With the Duras sisters or another time?
It wasn't with the Duras sisters. I don't think. I don't remember them being there.
I think it was just a Klingon vessel, wasn't it?
It was just a Klingon vessel.
Yeah.
Oh, it was Invasive Procedures. That was the one where they were working with that guy trying to get the Trill from Dax. Like they were trying to actually extract and put it in that guy. And they had the Klingons kind of like as like bodyguards. And I love where Quark jumps on that fucking Klingon's back like the most bravest dude in the world. And it's like, holy shit. And then I just love where he's screaming his ass off, like trying to like distract the guy in the infirmary. And it's like Dr. Bashir's like, I'm just going to use this to take away your pain. And just knocks the guy out with the injection. It's like, damn. Teamwork.
That actually became a thing. Like that shows up again once or twice later in the series, but then they actually made it like a thing because it's in Star Trek Online now.
They do so many fake outs in that show. Like it's actually kind of great because like TNG, I always felt like the combat was always straightforward. Where in DS9, it's like their improvised skills are just are amazing.
We lost Ross again.
God damn it.
We'll just shine a light over his router.
Ooh.
Blame Joe.
Ultima Underworld and Ultimate 2 is on
Ross does not look happy.
Didn't you fix your internet last week?
It was fine for a week.
Travis, don't agitate.
I don't think I can
I
agitate
even streamed
anybody.
at various points during the week with no issues.
It's because it's Friday night. That's why. That's the whole reason.
I'm going to tell you right now, if I find one of those Mew Oreos, I'm going to give it to you so you could sell it on eBay for $15,000 and not just get the internet, but buy the fucking internet.
Oh boy. We need to get Ross started or something.
Travis, 2-1 Angels is looking real good right now.
Are you trying to get him going? Come on.
Oh my God! Have you guys seen the newest Star Trek intake?
Which one is it? Let's go look at that real
The
quick.
Tuvok one.
Oh God! Hang on. Let me look.
It's the one from Voyager where he's
is it the
protecting
one
the
where he
kids
gets
in the
stunned?
cave.
Oh my God! I gotta see this.
It's great.
Well, hey, if fundraiser Greg started for me, that'll go a long way to help too.
Yes.
What, to call a technician to actually do the job they were supposed to do in the beginning?
No, if I get $2,000, I'm going to be in drag for Halloween.
Okay.
He's not just in drag. He's going to be in drag for the show. The goal is by October 29th to raise $2,000. And Ross is going to dress as Dr. Frankenfurter.
Sweet.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to share in the Super Geek chat. Like, I was actually like looking up memes the other day, and this popped up, and it's funny that I'm finally far enough to understand this meme.
Oh my God!
Okay.
We definitely got to come up with a damn gag for Halloween. That'd be it. That would be one.
Are we not live on Ross's Twitch?
Oh,
Okay, Raina, that's pretty good. Okay, Justin, you saw it. What do you think of that intake?
hang on, I'm watching it now.
Or was that Travis watching it?
That was me watching it.
What do you think?
I'm going in there.
That's Tim Russ being Tim Russ.
I love Tim Russ. He's a really good actor.
That's another we ain't found shit.
I wish that he had more. I wish he had more access to like outtakes from DS9 and Voyager rather than just TNG. Like, it's a shame that if they're not like pre-recorded on YouTube, he has to wait for like writers or something to actually like ship him certain outtakes from various episodes. He's had writers do that, but
Hey, Ross, my big brother wants me to send you something that he thinks you'll get a kick out of.
Okay.
Okay, that was fucking great.
I've
seen that outtake a few times, and I just fits so well with Mintic. I was hoping he would do that one. I mean, he's definitely running out of stuff to do intakes with because I've seen almost every single thing there is. So
he's got plenty
throw
of
away
material.
stuff.
I sent it to you, Russ.
I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of Discovery stuff he can use at this point.
Yep.
I mentioned on my Twitch stream, I had a nice little surprise this morning. I got the money before the email. I got a nice little $8,000 scholarship to NMSU.
Very good.
I totally forgot I applied for it. I'm like, what's this money in my account? And I'm all looking like, making sure they're not going to take it away.
I'm trying to get into the University of Colorado, and they sent me a thing like a couple weeks ago, like, can you come look at the school now? I'm like, I'm in the middle of a session. What, you want me to fly out now?
Yeah.
Like, don't you guys have like open houses like later?
They do, but when they say they want you to come, they want you to come.
It was like they have like this thing where they do it like twice per season. Mm-hmm. I'm like, I'm in the middle of class. Like, there's just no way I'm going to be able to fly there and then come back.
And if you miss like they have an orientation like any college does, but NMSU is so ornery that if you miss orientation, they de-enroll you until the next orientation. Like, that's stupid. I'm like, wow, that's bad.
Insane.
Ross, you seem to be doing better now.
For the moment,
I got out of my NMSU orientation because I was a 28-year-old freshman. I'm like, I am not going to hang around 17-year-old kids.
Mediacom.
Oh, you poor thing.
I have no choice. There is no other choice.
Starlink.
There is no spoon.
Starlink is now a thing.
It's not the spoon that bends, it's only yourself.
Yeah, but Starlink is supposed to be what, the cranial implant thing?
No.
Is that supposed to be the eventual goal Elon Musk is working towards?
No, that you got Elon Musk confused with Mark Zuckerberg.
No, I'm pretty sure it was Elon Musk that wants like Starlink to be a brain implant.
Well, according to Down Detector.
Yeah, God, my wrists are popping like crazy.
Stop that.
Oh my God, you know what? If they're in a desperate situation up in space with Elon Musk up there, do you realize him and the CEO of Amazon are going to have to basically pull an O'Brien up there?
Well, you know who, speaking of, did you hear who's going up with Bezos next?
Shatner.
Shatner.
He's going to shat himself on the ride up.
Hey, that's great. You've got your blue, red, and yellow shirt now.
Oh, God.
But yeah, but who's your red shirt?
You got the whole squad assembled now.
No, if only the capsule could explode while it's up there.
Don't jinx it, son.
Then we
It's
lose
already a
two
bad
assholes
juju.
at once.
Son, stop it.
I hate to say this, but like when people are like, "Can you believe Bezos is going up there?" I'm like, "Will we really lose anything if we lose Bezos? I mean, we still have Amazon, so we still win." I mean,
Look, in my community with us working in physics and all that, we absolutely fucking despise Musk and Bezos because they're absolute trash. We don't like them at all. We don't care.
They're doing it for the money.
Exactly. Like the department head of my physics, the department head of physics at NMSU, he was offered. He was invited by Amazon to come speak for a grant, I believe, for the program at NMSU, and he flat out said no. He emailed them and said no, thank you, and ignored it. I'm like, he turned down probably $1 million. I'm like, good God.
You know what? That's how I just pictured Greg's like physics department there. It's just kind of like, hey, did you guys hear about Tesla? Oh my God, who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
I'll be honest. Of all the people who are like ultra fucking wealthy, I don't mind Musk being wealthy. The dude's literally doing the job that we should have been funding NASA to do for fucking decades at this point.
Yeah, except he's destroying the planet to do it.
And NASA isn't?
No, NASA's actually helping with. NASA's trying to save the fucking planet. Musk is intentionally destroying it.
And Musk is destroying the planet by having refuelable launch pod rockets.
Yeah,
that can literally land back on the planet.
Yeah,
NASA still hasn't gotten done yet.
Yeah, because the government defunded them. If NASA had the military budget for 1 year, we would have been on Mars already with NASA and refuelable, relaunchable rockets. But
see, I don't think so because NASA has become.
That's fun. No, that's funny. You don't think so? I know so. The NASA budget, again, if we had the budget the military has, there would be no Musk going into space.
I didn't say anything about the budget. I said NASA's become a political football.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's why.
Had it not become the political football they would have been able to achieve a lot more. But they let politics take over. It's just
not one of Obama's
NASA could have
NASA.
NASA could have went on and done its own thing and said "fuck you, government," and sad. All right, so Ross, everything good on your end?
So far, hopefully, I'm getting all of the social media stuff out of the way since I was delayed.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sharing links here.
You look clear, Ross. Like I don't.
Yeah, you look good now. You've been good.
Thank you.
So maybe the reset was just what the doctor ordered.
It's been 2 resets.
Okay, well, 2 resets is what the doctor ordered.
At this point, I'm going to treat his internet like me trying to start Fallout 4. I literally have to hit the play button like 5 or 6 times because the launch just crashes to desktop.
Well, that's Fallout 4.
No, that's just Bethesda.
True.
I was like, is that the game or you're? I'm assuming the
game.
game.
Bethesda.
That's gotta be the game.
It's all their launchers are shit.
Make a game that crashes computers. That's real smart.
Well, it's Bethesda.
You joke about that. I have this story about this game called EVE Online.
I've heard of that.
Okay.
We don't talk about EVE.
Way back. One of the updates for so how an update works in a game is that the update runs on a script by itself. And then it basically cleans itself up and deletes it, right?
Okay.
Oh my.
Those initiations kind of have the same booting structure as a computer. So what the programmers in EVE accidentally did one update was instead of providing the proper file structure for the boot INI that it was supposed to self-delete, it just said boot INI.
Yep.
Which deleted the computer's boot.ini for every player.
Oh God.
Yes.
You know what? I meant to tell you guys something that'll make you laugh. This will probably make Son laugh as well.
Uh-oh.
So before I signed up for FF14, I was just kind of curious, like I was like, oh, you know what? WoW has a free trial. I don't want to give not Bethesda. I don't want to give Blizzard my fucking money, but I just kind of want to see like what the state of the game, like from what I played way back in Mist of Pandaria, like what is it? Is it still the same game? Is it better? It's the fucking same. The improvements are minuscule, but the most humorous thing is every fucking area is dead. Like before, where there was like, I remember like queues and lines and like just people all over. There was like 3 people in the fucking starting zone, 5 people in the main city. I'm like, where the fuck is everyone?
Wow.
And then I
All of
just,
the end game stuff.
Yeah,
and
they're
I
all
was-
in new
and-
worlds right now.
But I was like laughing, like, you know, you would think like you guys remember back in the day, like people like took advantage of that free trial and shit. And,
Oh, so
and they just did nothing.
I figured out where they were. I figured out where they were, Raina. They're not in the main city because they're literally still sitting in their little clan camps doing the daily grind shit there.
Hey, Ross, check this out. I linked it in chat. It's a good Florida man story.
Now I will say, like when I went to Final Fantasy 14, that game is alive. Like I had people just stopping by and giving me items in the main area, like the nicest people. And then the funniest thing was,
that takes me back. Shit.
So I like spawned in, guys, and the first thing, like every time I spawned into the main city that I started in called Limsa. It's funny, like people are like doing fucking cookouts, shooting fireworks, and like dancing with one another. It's like just so lively, and like you could tell the WoW refugees are just kind of shipping along over to Final Fantasy 14.
I mean, for Christ's sakes, that reminds me of Lumbridge from RuneScape. You'd spawn in there, you're like, "Hey, I'm new. What do I do?" And people would just bombard you with shit, giving you stuff. Holy crap.
Yeah, I like one of my first encounters with someone, they gave me like 30 potions and elixirs. I was like, thanks. They were just like, welcome to Final Fantasy. I'm like, thank you. And like this is like one of those games, like, you know, like there's usually some kind of toxicity, like a little bit. I've noticed like people are just like straight up like, oh, look, that person's getting their ass kicked. Heal. All right, see you later. Just running away. It's the weirdest thing. Like there's like I haven't met anyone bad, and it's funny like when you do a raid, like people actually like work together.
Mm-hmm.
Like I play healer, and the people, it's not like Overwatch where I play Mercy. It's like you only healed me for 100,000, you piece of shit. It's like, oh my god, thank you for rezzing me. All right, let's kick this boss's ass. Like everyone's like just hyped and jacked the whole time, like just maximum teamwork. It's like the fucking Power Rangers everywhere you go.
Kind of reminds me of Warframe a couple of years ago, you know, before all the jaded cynicism set in.
I have not played Warframe ever.
Raina, did you hear about what the Pokemon Center's newest plushie release that they're doing?
I saw the giant Arcanine. I don't know if that was it.
Guess who ordered it?
No! Oh my god, Lucky. I wanted.
I pre-ordered that bastard I pre-ordered that I think on Sunday before the game.
And you know what's going to happen, right? It's
What?
not going to be owned by you once it gets here. It's going to be owned by your kid.
Yeah, well, yeah, pretty much.
Honestly,
it'll be I'll get it when he's asleep.
I saw it and I was like $400. Like, oh, I love Arcanine. Don't
Ross,
fucking
are you alive?
I'm
Ross is
alive.
there?
Yeah, Ross,
He's
you
just
were-
listening. I mean, we're already a half hour into not having done the show. Like,
I'm
Yeah.
just enjoying the
Before we get
banter.
the
It's
show on the
something we
road, I
don't
just
do a lot on
finished
the
show
show.
Yeah,
with
no.
stuff, and
I mean,
am.
even if we did a show like this, just like slap the reviews in, it would be kind of cool, you know? Every once in a while.
So,
if
let's
This
get
is
the
how
show
we
on
used
the
to do
road.
stuff.
if Build-A-Bear wasn't so fucking expensive, I'd probably go up there and get the Vaporeon, which they got back in stock.
I know.
like,
I was.
son, it's like
We
it's
got
not that
two Paw
expensive.
Patrol pups from Build-A-Bear. They
Actually
have
was
Sky
very
and Liberty.
jealous.
None of the boy
Okay.
pups. Just the two girl pups.
Son will like this. My girlfriend was on a girls' weekend. My fiance, sorry, she's gonna stab me. She was on a girls' weekend about a month ago, and she tells her, goes, "Oh, we're at the mall. You know, they did a girls' thing at the mall. I'm like, cool, have fun." And she goes, "I did a thing." I'm like, "What did
Hydrate.
you do?" I'm like, "What did you do?" And she sent me a picture. She got a Umbreon from the Build-A-Bear workshop with a Hufflepuff scarf.
Oh, God. Leah, if you're watching, please smack Greg live on the show. Thank you.
Why?
Because you mislabeled the Beyonce with girlfriend again.
Oh, yeah,
You're going. Yes, you should
It's
know
a significant
better.
change, but it's still a new change. Give him a break.
Yes, thank you. See, thank you, Ross. See, from the Twitch affiliates get this. We're good.
Uh-huh.
Also, someone who is also still relatively new to the, close-in living conditions.
No, don't do it.
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
no.
yes. Wait.
My love. Hi.
Yes. Leah for the win.
Go get the Umbreon so I can show Sun.
All right, let's just skip the intro and roll straight into the show, shall we?
Welcome
Hell
to
yeah.
Super Geeks, everybody.
Yeah, this week we're just off the cuff, having fun and doing our reviews because this is us. Why the hell not?
I mean, every week we're already off the rails.
Well,
All right,
I
Sun.
mean,
This is for Sun.
Aw, it's cute.
hey, look, it's a new show mascot. Lane has competition.
Yes, a Bokoblin riding an Umbreon. There we go.
No one will
Link's
ever
gonna have
take
a
over
bad
Lane.
time.
She's on Link's
Welcome
gonna
to
have
the
a
Real
bad time.
SuperGeeks podcast on the 1st of October, 2021. My name
Yes.
is Ross, live, love, play, the eyebrows of Doom himself. And I'm here with my wonderful array of co-hosts. So, how are each and every one of you doing this week? Let's start with Raina.
I've had just the week from hell of mourning. Lost my best friend earlier in the week, but I'm slowly getting better. Of course, I'm not fully healed. That's going to take time, but I will say that thank you, Travis, for getting me through the worst of it. Honestly, like best friend in the world, I got to say right now because I was not okay, but I am happy to be here among friends to get me through this crazy freaking week.
This is the best therapy. Like most of us are, got through 2020 because of this podcast. Looking forward to it each week, trying to get through to that Friday because we knew we could all get on here and unwind and have fun. And Ross, how is your week?
Well, before we move on,
Uh-oh.
Ross is not frozen.
yeah, he's not frozen. Sorry,
I was.
Oh, you were. Well,
I completely tanked there for a second.
Before we move on, touching base on Raina's week, I know that, I don't know exactly what you guys talked about in the pre-show regarding her friend and everything. I never got a chance to meet her friend. He actually lived here for the last few months and was starting a life here, and I was actually I was hoping to get a chance to meet him, but unfortunately it wasn't meant to be. And I gotta say, despite never meeting him, everything that Reina was able to say about him in these last few days, and even before all this, she would talk about him quite a lot in a good memory type of way. It wasn't I remember at one point she actually hosted this watch party where he and a few other friends of Reina's watched Backstroke of the West, which is basically just Star Wars Episode 3 ship posting translation train wreck. It's wonderful. She has gone through a lot of memories with him and good times, bad times, and we've talked a lot about it before and after. Prior to this week and everything in between, all I can really say is that I'm really I'm kind of saddened that I never got a chance to meet him because he definitely sounds like one of the most honorable people one could know. Full of heart, full of compassion, and full of just joy for anything going on in life. And I mean, the world doesn't have enough people like that. The world doesn't have enough people who are willing to roll with the changes, roll with the punches, roll with whatever life is throwing at you. And it's a damn shame that he's gone. He passed far too young, and the world is just a little emptier without him. He had a very big impact, and from a guy who never ever, like, again, got a chance to meet him. I mean, when I hear Raina talking about how much she misses him and everything like that, especially these last few days, like, she can move me to tears. So I know that he watched the show every now and then, and what can I say? We're gonna miss him. We're gonna miss you.
Thank you, Travis. On that note, before we keep going, I think now's an appropriate time to mention that this is the birthday of George Silsby, the late creator of the Real Super Geeks podcast. He's the guy that brought us all together. He started the show, and it's in his memory that we keep the show going. He passed away in December 2 years ago, and we're all still feeling that loss. So, Raina, Travis, we do understand the feelings you're going through and know that you're not alone. We miss our friend George a great deal as well. But part of the reason that we do this show is to help keep his memory alive. So if we can do that for you in some way with your friend as well, I'm very glad that we're able. And thank you for being here with us to celebrate George's memory as well.
Amen to that. We miss you, George.
Absolutely.
All right.
Alrighty.
Let's get into the intro. Greg, how you doing this week?
Well, I've had a great week. I do feel for Raina's loss. I unfortunately went through something similar a few years ago. But aside, I did have a great week. I found out that my uncle's in great health. I got to visit him this week in California, and getting him to see his recovery, coming back from a frail 100-pound man after 2 bouts of cancer to now his dad bod jeans, dad shoes wearing again is great. And he's pushing 7. He's going to turn 70 in 2 weeks, and he's looking great. Got to see my Packers win in person, and just had a great Twitch stream. So overall, I'm having a great week, and I hope that we can keep this positive energy going and like have a great stream and liven everybody's spirits up today. Hopefully,
absolutely. Justin, how you doing this week? You're muted.
Yeah.
I read those lips. He said, "Damn it."
Damn it. Anyways, it's been a good week. It's been pretty busy on my end. But yeah, it's been great. It's been trying to get stuff settled, have to deal with insurance drama as usual. That's always a fun little enjoyment in my life that I have to deal with on a constant basis. Thank you, Obamacare. But yeah, it's another wonderful, great week.
I'm so glad open enrollment is happening in like the next month or two. If it's supposed to be happening this year.
I think it is. Okay, I keep getting emails about it.
I'm looking forward to just having health insurance again.
That's
just waiting for the hire-on process to finish.
Oh, Son, yeah, you're almost at your 90 days, ain't you?
Mm-hmm. Son, how about you? How you doing this week? And where the hell are you?
So, I just decided to be at the bottom of the
Woohoo!
ocean this week, mostly because
Woo!
I spent almost 2 weeks without being sick,
Yay!
and then Monday happened.
Oh.
So I immediately called the doctor. The doctor's like, "Hey, I'm going to send a kit, take some samples, and I'm going to test them." Test results came back Wednesday, and he's like, "All of these tests came back negative, and now I'm on a bland diet because who the fuck knows anymore?" Mother
That
seems to think,
sucks.
yeah. So now we know. Now we know it was none of the shit my mother suspected, which has her like pissed off, right? And like we know it's probably not the medication that the doctor suspected, even though I think it might be another medication. But now we're kind of in this weird limbo where mother's going, well, maybe it's the ulcer we think you have. So she actually asked the doctor, hey, have you checked for some bacteria that causes ulcers in the stomach and stuff? And then I wound up telling her because another nurse friend of mine said, have you gotten tested for celiac disease? And I said, no. So she's like, you should probably get tested for that as well. So who the hell knows at this point? That's been my week for the most part. We have a little bit of AccuList news this week. Just a little bit, just enough to piss you off. And then a whole bunch of Yogscast drama happened this week, which I'm still like in the middle of. For those of you who aren't aware, the Yogscast is like the biggest Minecraft channel on YouTube ever. And they've had some like Me Too moments and stuff. And now they're freaking out because one of those people is literally just on YouTube on their own. And it's like, yes, we can't let people have literally anything when they leave and come back. Like literally the company said that they would do. Okay, hypocrites. So that's been my week.
All right, thank you very much, son. As for me, the grind goes on. I'm on 10-hour shifts. I'll get to you, Travis and Lane. Don't worry. I'm continuing the 10-hour shifts that just wear down the mind and soul, and everything blurs together in a haze of activity and childcare and lots of driving. Thankfully, the Iowa countryside is very beautiful at harvest time, so there's that.
Have you tried Rectigino? I hear it's stronger than coffee.
Have you looked into getting a clone? Because you might need one.
Well, that cloning still is in a very ethical gray area, so I don't think I'll be getting one of those anytime soon.
Not necessarily. I mean, for humans, maybe, but we eat a lot of cloned beef, actually. That's really weird.
Yes, but he's talking about getting a clone of myself.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've seen Multiplicity. You know how the clone experience begins to diverge and we both become different people. So it wouldn't be me doing those things after a while. Anyway, I did manage to get some hobbying done this week. Got this little guy painted that I assembled on a stream before, which I'm really happy about. And got this one painted as well. So I'm quite happy. I'm missing out on my Crusade League games this week. My wife is taking some time in Des Moines to get the kiddos' Halloween costume assembled in the relative peace and quiet of her sister's empty house while they're on vacation. So it's me and the kiddo all weekends, and we've been out around the neighborhood. He's been on his new scooter that he got for his birthday and just having a blast. So yeah, good couple days to get over
great,
the week.
Ross.
More coffee. All right, and now the heart and soul of the.
before we go on, I have to say, Raina. Okay, so we were telling you about past tense. You doing the thing about past tense. Past
Oh, you're on
tense
past
comes up.
tense.
Past tense comes up later again in Deep Space Nine, just like a throwaway line from the kid,
Nog.
Cisco's kid.
Nog.
Nog.
No, Cisco's kid.
No,
Jake.
it's definitely
No,
from
Nog.
Jake.
No, it comes from Nog. Nog sees it and tries to show him.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
That's the episode called
I thought
Little
it was from
Green Men.
Jake.
You'll get a big kick out of that one.
Oh yes.
And
Well,
now
it's
the
not
heart
like
and
past
soul
tense.
of the
No more spoilers
show.
for DS9.
Yes.
The heart and soul of the show, the hetero life mates, Travis and Lane.
Also known as Jay and Silent Bob. Try to figure out which one's which.
Yes, but which one's the heart and which one's the soul?
Hello, everybody. I am a little on the tired side because I've had a very long work week. I know it's been a long work week because last night I dreamt about work. And when you dream about
Ooh.
work, you know you've been working too hard.
Little
That's
bit.
always bad.
It's like playing Tetris.
It's like you're dreaming about being in a video game. When you play too much, you dream you're in the game. No, you gotta stop.
That's what I said. It's like playing Tetris.
Let Travis finish.
Like at the very least, like it's been an exciting week at least. Like as you guys could probably see, I am decked out in my Seattle attire.
Woo.
Seattle Mariners are so close to a playoff berth for the first time in 20 years, and I am just fingers crossed that they can clinch it because it is like a neck and neck race between them and Boston right now.
Go Halos.
Fuck the
You be
Halos.
quiet,
I actually got the game. I actually got the game playing on the phone while I
Nice.
chat with you guys. So if I break into a cheer or curse or something, you guys will know why. But yes, I believe I have been waiting for this moment for 20 years. I remember I was crushed in 2001 when they lost to New York in the ALCS. I was crushed. Like, I love this team. I have been following it all my life. And just I really hope that they can, like, I'm not looking for a World Series win, but if they can at least make the postseason this year, I will be a happy camper. Like, it's time. 20 years is too long. It's time.
And Travis, I must say, you're rocking the headset this week. It's good.
Well, I honestly don't like using this one too much, especially like if it's broadcasting. I don't really like wearing this because I feel like it's too bulky. But I can't find my other one, so here they are. It's just my Xbox gaming headset, so here we are. It's a good headset. I just don't like how it looks.
I mean, we had to have one sports nerd on the show, right?
Two.
At least one. I mean, we are the real super geeks, and that. But
okay, Greg. Pokemon the card game is a sports game. I get it.
No, it's not.
No, I know. I'm in the sports.
Like, keep this in mind. Benjamin Sisko liked baseball.
Yes, he did. I'm an Angels fan. I got to see my team win the World Series.
Nearly extinct sport at the time.
Yes.
There's only one team playing, and it's on Cessus 3.
I will never let
league.
baseball become extinct.
Anyway. All right, let's get this show on the road. First things up are our recaps and reviews. And we've got two doozies this week. Lower Decks was something else. And oh boy, was What If a ride.
Yes.
So, Travis, you had some... do you have a recap for us?
I do have recaps for you.
All right. Which one do you want to lead with this week?
Do you want the background music for the recap, or do you want the...
Somebody flip a coin. If there's going to be a choice, flip a coin.
I don't have a coin, but I do have dice.
Does this make Travis our Witcher?
1 through 3, it's Lower Decks. 4 through 6, it's What If.
Okay.
That's a 3.
That works. All right.
All right, Lower Decks.
We're starting with Lower Decks. So, flash the spoiler.
Oh yeah, spoiler warning.
Oh, right. Didn't even have the screen pulled up because we didn't do the intro this week.
Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert.
Hey man, we know because of the theme of Lower Decks this week.
We need to commission some original music.
Yes, we do.
This week on Lower Drills, the Cerritos
That
is
was down
visited
below.
by- Don't interrupt me. You're going to throw off my groove. When you throw off my groove, I throw you out of a building. Or I go
Ooh,
to your building.
Damn,
and I will-
Cusco. Shit.
Sorry.
Or I'll go to or I'll go to your building and I'll just pull the fire alarm because I know you hate that.
I'll make you suffer and have to listen to it. There you go.
All right, recap.
Anyway, this week on Lower Drills, the Cerritos is visited by Sherry and Yem for some typical Starfleet tests, but there's a catch. The lower deckers are going to be tested as higher ranking officers, and the senior officers are going to be tested as lower decks ensigns. We are treated to an animated montage of some classic Star Trek episodes in the style of tests, in some scenarios that would make your average infomercial fail blush. No, I'm not going to do the gag from last week. Strangely, though, no one seems to be passing. Mariners failing at escaping the mirror universe, riding a horse and stopping. Make it time! T'Ana fails to, not T'Ana. Tendi fails to tell a Klingon to drink more milk, and Rutherford learns the hard way to wear gloves in engineering. It's not much better for the senior officers as they finally discover a very huge design flaw with hexagon-shaped crates. They're terrible for stacking. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And they don't do much better when they fail at recreating that awesome Star Trek 3 scene when Mariner has her very own stupid sexy Flanders moment. When the crew fails the tests miserably, they get a strange sense of camaraderie from the entire event, and they realize that maybe the tests are meant to make them more empathetic and appreciative of one another for their duties on the ship, since, it's not always easy being a lower decker, and it's not at all easy being a commanding officer. If only it were that simple. The drill instructor is trying to deliberately fail them just to save her job, but she can't finalize their scores because what's this? Boing Boing is still doing his test? What's he up to? He has been constantly retaking his test to chase a perfect score, and he's not failing. He's told not to finish as Freeman and Mariner take the drill instructor to the bridge and proceed to jackass their way to success by showing her just how tough a crew they are by scaring the ever-living shit out of her. They succeed, but not without a casualty, for as they do this, Boimler has become Excretus of Borg. What a shit name. They get him out of the pod. They tell him that he got a perfect score. Freeman gives them a new replicator, and we get a wonderful PSA by the Borg Queen to stay hydrated. Drink more water.
So wait. Your recap ended by torturing Ross with the redeem.
I actually
You
didn't
asshole!
Because I actually didn't do a redeem. That was a thing that happened.
that's
Borg-
90%, Travis. That's a 90%.
Oh, there it is.
That's a 90%
Greg got it,
because
Greg
you
got
did not do that. So yeah, do over.
I get a 90%.
Yes.
Hit me!
All right. Thank you,
Okay.
Travis. Excellent as always. I really, really liked this episode. It's interesting that it was focused on so many other characters, but once again, just like in the Boimler effect, in a high tension, high stress environment, who's the only one to excel? in a situation where everyone is designed to fail, who is the only one that is excelling? It's
There
Boimler
you go.
Boimler.
Yeah.
in an escape the Borg scenario.
Hell
He taught
yeah.
the Borg Queen empathy.
That's all. Like,
And
You'd
the
expect
Borg
Mariner
Queen
to
was
be the
voiced
one
by
to-
Alice Creed.
You'd expect Boimler to be the one to fumble, but once again, he's shown to be not only a competent officer, but one that excels in a very specific situation. And I loved that. I love that we got little character moments of pretty much all the officers, the junior and the senior this time.
yeah.
We got a couple more fun little lovey-dovey moments between Ta'ana and Shax.
Yes.
We got to see some development with Captain Freeman. We got a little bit. We got a little too close and intimate with pretty much everybody in Mariner's scenario. And I gotta hand it to the
Uh-oh.
No, no.
animators. While
Hold on, folks.
There you
Ross
go.
is
okay, while everyone being raucous and depraved, while still naked, we had Phillips just sitting there going through engineering reports. I thought that was a great
Super
touch.
I must have missed that. I must have missed that.
I missed it
it's
first
in-
too, but with all the shots, if you look in the shots of Boimler sitting on the
Full
bar
spread.
spread
It's
eagle,
in the
Phillips
chat.
is right next to his left leg, his right leg, left leg.
Right, yeah.
That's
All
a
right,
really cool detail.
yeah. Greg,
Oh,
go ahead, Travis.
I can
You
wait.
were trying to say something several times during my impression, so go ahead.
I was just gonna say that, like, on your thing with Brad Boimler being the guy, like, succeeding, it's this episode that made me realize something. It's this episode that made me realize that Brad Boimler is a Charlie Brown of this show. Sort of. Like, he's, like, super competent at his job. But if we look at what has happened through the show thus far, all we have to do is go back to season 1, episode 3, Temporal Edict, and how is that episode ended? He's remembered for the Boimler effect, but he is also known as the laziest, most corner-cutting officer in Starfleet history. And we can definitely see that that is not the case with Boimler. He is very hardworking. He's very competent. He is very by the book and very, like, he is all about protocol and doing things right, and is very, like, again, he's great at what he does, but he keeps getting screwed. And I'm realizing Charlie Brown is very much like that. Like, Brad Boimler is very much he's too much of a team player in, like, all the best ways, if that makes sense. It's not a bad thing that he's a Charlie Brown. It's like, you know what? He's getting the short end of the stick, but he is just keeps on rolling, just like Charlie Brown.
He keeps on trying to kick that football.
There you go. I mean, yeah.
All right, thank you, Travis. Let's hear from our favorite detractor, Greg. Tell us what you think. Not yet, Justin. Not yet.
hands off, Justin.
Foreshadowing.
I echo Travis's statement earlier about Boimler. But I think Brandon pre-show, this shouldn't be called Star Trek Lower Decks. This should be called Star Trek Let's Screw Boimler, because this poor kid is probably the best officer that the Cerritos has. He got screwed out of the Titan. He's gotten he got left at the beginning of the episode. He goes in the simulator and absolutely blows away everybody. He gets a subpar score. The 70% was like subpar. Okay. He gets a 94 on like the third or fourth attempt. Like, dude, I'd be happy with the 80 you got. No, he keeps going. He's got OCD for sure, but he's going for the perfect score. And what happens? Like, no, you can't have your perfect score because you need to do this. Because, in my opinion, with this, what this drill showed is that the Cerritos is the worst run ship in the history of Starfleet. They are the worst crew. One of, it's just like, yeah, Bloimer is the golden child on that crew, and they're like, hey, we have to keep screwing you over if we're gonna keep going. I do like the concept of the show. What they did, basically, her coming on, basically was like the Zach Thorns coming on the Enterprise D for the battle simulations. It was like, we need to really test your mettle and go from here. So they go to the holodecks. Of course, you see, and not Naked Time, but Naked Now, of course, was the reference. I saw Chain of Command. There was all the TNG references, and of course,
And TOS references.
and Rutherford had to blow up the Enterprise. It's like that was going
we
two
knew
ways.
that one was coming somewhere, but we
Yeah, we did
when.
from the mid-season trailer. We knew that was coming. But Rutherford was going to end that two ways. The way he did, which was let the ship blow up, or it was going to be Kirk on the inside. They were going to have a show Kirk, and then Rutherford would be like, "What are you doing?" And then it blows up. That was going to go one of those two ways. I expected Mariner to fail, and she did. So she didn't disappoint on that. I knew Mariner would fail. She'd be the worst one because she doesn't have the discipline. Tendi, I expected better. She handled, of course, she's nervous. I expected better, but Tendi, it was, of course, her anxiety gets her and all that. But as far as the command officers, was not the disappointment of how they did in the show. Like, the show was, for the sake of it, was well for that point, was well done. I expected better from the officers, but one who actually did well was who sucked it up and actually did it. Ransom, go get me coffee. Okay. And he comes back. Wait, what happened here on the bridge? Ransom actually sucked it up and did the job. Overall, the whole Mariner doing the whole Naked Now and everybody basically turned Star Trek into softcore porn for about 3 minutes. I was like, oh God.
You poor thing.
It's Star Trek. It's got to have something. But Boimer, the spread eagle Boimer, and I don't know whoever said that.
I can't even show that on.
Yeah,
I'm not even sure we can show that.
Yeah, you cannot show that. Even with the censor, you don't show that.
No,
but somebody said, "Hey, that should have been the Starfleet Delta between his legs." And what they do, they turned him upside down, and there's a Starfleet Delta.
Sean.
Sean
Sean
didn't do it. Sean asked for it. Sean asked for it, but I forgot who did it. And I was like, "Oh God!" So I told Rain, I was like, "This kind of killed Lower Decks for me. Like, it was bad." And I personally just like no. And then I saw him like, "Yep, I'm done." But again, Boimer. Just give Boimer a break. Give him his lieutenant back. Give him the Titan back. Let's like this poor kid.
Boiler alone.
Exactly. I'm gonna do a leave Brittany alone for Boimer. That's what's gonna end up happening. And then I'm gonna hopefully I'll get Jack Quaid's attention. But yeah, there's my take on it. It was absolutely it was so bad. But
well,
you guys enjoy
one thing
it.
To remember,
it gets you laughing.
She was setting them up for failure.
She was, yes, I do understand. She was setting them up for failure, but she did say, she goes, everybody passes this test except the lower class ships, and that's what they're on. I'm just like, okay, I mean, yeah, that is bad because then she's basically out of a job if they pass, and of course, at the end of the episode, she resigned. But yeah, there's my take on it.
They did put her through the ringer of anomalies there.
I do have one thing though. Sorry, Travis. One thing that bugged me with references. This was the reference that didn't make sense. They see the crystalline entity. I'm like, that was destroyed in TNG. So did they just find another one? Because there's only one in existence that we know of.
They found
that we know of.
Apparently, they found 4
this episode.
So they just go and find one randomly.
One of those was 2.
So they find one and it's like, hey, we're gonna scare the shit out of this drill instructor.
Look,
I mean, they're all over in Star Trek Online, or at least
so far as a single piece of the crystalline entity exists, it can remake itself. It's like a starfish. So long as the core which is any piece of crystal survives that thing can remake itself because it just absorbs energy to grow.
And by the way, Boimer receiving the worst Borg name ever. Poor guy.
Hey, that man once again took one for the team.
He did. But he didn't. He should have had to.
I mean, it's
The
Boimer.
thing
I
is, he
mean,
doesn't like. This is the thing. This is the one thing I'm going to like. I'm going to go ahead and challenge the view here. The idea of the Cerritos being like the worst run ship is something I don't agree with at all. Yes, it's a bit over the top, and there are some. What's the word?
Exaggerations.
Eccentric.
Exaggerations, I guess. One of the things I see in Captain Carol Freeman is that she's not just a captain on this show. She's a mother, and not just to Mariner, but in general. Like, season 1, episode 5, Cupid's Errant Arrow, when she is negotiating with the Mixtus people about trying to save Mixtus 2 instead of Mixtus 3 or whatnot, like, there are times where he is just like leaping on the table in this like tantrum, and all I can see is this guy is basically just being a kid, and Freeman is a mother. Even the way she responds when like when he reveals, Mixtus 2, like there's only 2 people on my planet, it's me and my wife, and she's like,
Posture check.
she's just like, implode the moon. Like, you could tell that a lot of what she goes through, she's probably had to go through with Mariner at some point. And so, like, I find when she is constantly, like, dealing with these alien races who have regressed to silly things that they should have since learned from, it's very much the way it, like, she's going through what she's had to go through with Mariner, what any parent has to go through. Their kids are going to make mistakes, and they're going to make those same mistakes most likely, because that's just a part of growing up. And it's just a very, like, I find it a very silly, fun take to a captain being a mother in a way. And another thing is, like, the idea that, like, of Boimler, like, constantly getting screwed over, like, that's part of his character. And part of the thing in Star Trek is that they live in a civilization where reward is not necessarily something you pursue. Yes, Boimler often gets the short end of the stick, but he keeps going, he keeps growing, he keeps learning. And he has grown. He is not just the guy who gets screwed over time after time after time. He has some really good triumphs in this show. Last week being one of them. He outsmarted Agamus. He got them off that planet. He was able to keep going on the Cerritos when everybody else was falling behind, when Freeman was trying to hold them to a strict deadline. He was able to showcase that the Packlids have susceptible technology that is easy to infect with a computer virus, for a lack of better terminology or whatnot. He is not just the guy, he is not a Meg of Family Guy, if that makes sense. He's not just the guy that everybody beats up upon for the sake of beating up
No,
upon.
he's basically Miles O'Brien. And they blatantly said this when they did the future thing with the statue of Miles O'Brien. He's literally Miles O'Brien. He does his job, he rolls with the punches, and he constantly gets screwed.
pretty much.
Miles O'Brien became chief engineer of a starbase. Boimer sitting there getting screwed out of a promotion and demoted back to.
So
a
did
lesser
Miles
ship.
O'Brien at first.
It's been
He's
seasons.
still Miles on the Enterprise.
Miles didn't get demoted.
I'm
No,
not saying that I'm not saying that the show has handled him flawlessly, because again, I think that the way they brought him back to the Cerritos was not really the best.
It was
But
trash.
I have a feeling I have a feeling that this show is going to come full circle towards the end. I have a feeling that that is not just going to be a one-off gag. I have a feeling that there's going to be some sense of closure towards the end of the show with the Titan in a good, satisfying way. With this episode, like, I enjoyed this episode a lot. Like, it's a good, fun episode, and I'm still remembering some of my like if you guys recall towards the earlier this season, I was noting patterns and whatnot, and I was making these little predictions. I have a feeling that these last 3 episodes are going to be like really good, like the previous season. Like Verita's Crisis Point in no small parts were phenomenal episodes for that first season.
That was one of my favorites from
And-
last season.
And like this, well, I don't know if this episode particularly knocked me away in terms of episodes. Like I think my favorite this season so far is still the Spy Humongous, or an Embarrassment of Duplers. But I mean, this is still a good
Spy
solid
Humongous.
start. But this is still like a good solid start to the as the show starts to round the bases and head for home, if that makes sense. Baseball metaphor.
We won't have that many episodes left this season. It's
Two or
already
three
8
left.
episode in, yeah, and then we're
It's
on
Almost
to
time
Prodigy.
for Prodigy.
Almost
They
time for
went seen the latest preview for Prodigy that they showed.
I have not, but somebody else start talking, or I'm gonna ramble all night.
Beckett
Okay.
should not be on the Cerritos.
Justin, let's hear from you.
Greg, be quiet. But yeah, it was a great episode. I was a little surprised they went the way they did with the holodeck scene, but really not considering the tone of the show. I mean, this is what Lower Decks does. This is what the show is. It takes you to the places the other Star Trek shows can't. Because, reasons. It was pretty good. I hear, my phone is going on. But yeah, it was all right. I didn't like the fact that Flamer got screwed again, but he seemed to be kind of the whipping boy of the crew. Even though later it works out for him. So hopefully we get to see that progression. And I'm hoping, that's just not going to be a running gag, which is starting to look like it is. But we'll just have to see how that works out after this week. Yeah, I did get a good chuckle out of the holodeck thing, though. The Star Trek 3 recreation. And he's like, oh, no gloves. What do I do? Oh, boom, boom. I almost thought they were going to try to do a complete recreation of the Star Trek 3 thing, but, it was all right for what it was. At least we now know
It
where
was
that came from.
remarkably accurate.
Yeah, it was. I mean, right, the engine room detail, I mean, that was fantastic seeing that again. That was kind of cool. The uniforms. Yeah. I think they even had
that was the
McCoy and
second
Scotty at
movie era set that we've seen in the show so far, huh?
third, I think.
No,
Maybe
the
third.
premiere in Mariner's workout program on that Reliant class, and then we actually see characters running around in the Monster Maroons,
Yeah.
which was awesome.
I think they won that first season too, didn't they? TMP Bridge.
No.
I don't
We
think
saw
so.
Enterprise D, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. We did see the Enterprise team. Okay, yeah, but yeah, it was all right overall. I mean, some of it was kind of like, why'd you go there? But seeing Alice Creek back at the Fort King was fucking awesome. But yeah, I thought they kind of did a first contact thing there. I'm not going to go into too many details yet since Raina has yet to see that movie. So, yeah. Forget. Okay, who's next?
Let's go with Reyna.
Yes.
My favorite episode of the season.
God damn it.
Yay!
Like, I honestly, I think
Automatically.
every single one that is spoken has actually missed the fucking point. Even Travis, he's missed the
I
point.
missed the point.
The whole Charlie Brown thing, like, it does look like that, but I kind of get it. Boimler is so focused on being perfect that he doesn't realize part of being bridge crew is sometimes flexing those rules. Mariner flexes those rules, but it's her inability to completely follow them that makes her also imperfect. But that's why they're so balanced. I mean, look at when they go out of their roles. Like when Mariner actually follows the rules, she is fucking efficient.
Yeah.
When Boimler actually flexes the rules, look at the last episode. He beat the shit out of Mariner and convince that computer. Like, that's the thing. Like, I feel like we keep forgetting, like, the whole point of it is they're so rigid in what they're trying to accomplish, what they could versus what they could accomplish. I feel like with Boimler here, like, I don't really feel like he actually took a loss here. He saved the fucking day.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he always, like, even when he falls, he saves the day. That's captain material right there. Taking the L so everyone else can win. Like, I think that he's getting bullied thing, like, I don't think you realize, like, every time he fails, he actually ends up doing something bigger with that loss.
Yeah.
To
you're
quote
right.
an
I-
old
Absolutely right.
Hulk Hogan movie, sometimes you got to lose to win.
Yeah,
God damn it, Ross.
and I feel like the crew, like, and I feel like the end of this episode completely invalidates everything Greg said. Everything. Like, it invalidates it because the ending itself shows, like,
That is trash.
it's easy, but that's what I'm saying. It's a small, short-sighted opinion because if you're basing it off that, look at how they operated. They went into those anomalies. We're judging them as a crew, but it's their mixture of being bad at their roles that when they actually play their opposite roles, what they're actually good at versus what they're trying to aspire to be, they are the best crew around. I mean, bar none. Like, they can make it work. Like, it's just that they're trying to accomplish things that don't really resonate with their character. Like it kind of helps their humorous points, but it's when they actually follow the rules, like, in their sense, like, they play against their character tropes, that they actually succeed in the best ways. The whole thing about them being like overly bad at their jobs and stuff, that is completely trope because we've seen what they can do when they're at their best. Every single one of them, every single crew member. I honestly, I really feel like when I look at Mariner, like, I could tell you each crew, like, crew member. Rutherford, when he isn't, like, following by the book, like, once again, that's another thing. When he's not following by the book and he sometimes makes those improvisions where he needs to, he actually is a better engineer for it. Tendi is a better medical officer when she can power through and she's forced in a position of pressure where she's like, I got to do this. And she's shown that she can do that. And that's not even just medical. That's combat. That's everything else. Boimler, it's when he breaks the rules and he goes against the code that he performs his absolute best. Actually, because he defies the expectations that the show itself is giving you for him. It's showing that he is captain material, that when he gets out of his comfort zone and he flexes a little bit, he already has the knowledge to be a good captain. He has that. It's just being a captain, as we've seen time and time again, is the mixture of being both by the book and both flexing against the book. I feel that with Mariner. Like, the reason she's bad at her job is because she doesn't follow the protocol. But when she follows the protocol, she's one of the best operatives on that whole crew. Like, I feel like this episode really showed that because despite their imperfections, it's their imperfections that make them a good team, though. Because when they finally get it together and they figure out, okay, you know what? We have to defy what we've been doing this whole time. And that's how every episode plays out. They go against what they all started with every time. And it shows that they're just an overall good crew. I think it's better, like, that the humor is a little lowbrow sometimes here, because when they do it, it's still effective. There's a lot of good references in it from what I've seen and what I've understood and where I hear people talking about it. Where if I compare it to something that's kind of trying to do the same thing like Orville, where it's like, let's do it just to do it. Let's not even explain it. Let's just do the fucking gag. And they don't give you a reason why. They don't give you a reason to care. And where I feel like here, like even the bad jokes, there's references in there. There's something to take away from it where you don't really get that elsewhere. And I feel like the show really hit it on this one. It's the best balance.
I mean, they really take care to place Easter eggs in the background in certain, just the right spot where us as a fan can look at it and be like, oh, yeah, I know what that's from. That, we pretty much call instantly what that's from, Naked Time or it's from this episode or this episode.
Something you mentioned, Raina, made me think about something that I didn't think about before. This episode gave us something of a bookend to the premiere, where we saw a kind of how Mariner and Freeman were able to work together. We're working together towards Mariner's goals. She wanted to do something kind of crazy, and Freeman just let her do it. But in this case, we actually saw them working together, like seamlessly, like a team. When they approached the drill instructor, and you did this whole thing to make us come together as a crew, and just, nope. Oh, really? Let's show you what we can do when we do act like a crew.
Yeah,
and they were just playing off each other constantly. They were. Freeman would call out an idea, and Mariner knew exactly what she wanted, and they were just rapid fire again and again and again with big crazy idea. Okay, let's just do this like we would normally, and it was a fun dynamic to see how they have evolved and how that cohesion is there in the right situation when they need it. And looking at everything this crew's been through from the first season with the freaking zombie virus in the first episode, the Packlids in the finale, and everything that's led up to now, it shows that this crew is capable despite the comedy and the narrative that the drill instructor was trying to push. Are they perfect? No, they're people. It's
actually Ross, you know, and that's the funny thing with Greg's point is he's kind of making the point of the show. It's showing the only reason they're bad at their jobs is because the show makes them bad at it. When they're actually a very efficient fucking crew. Like seriously efficient when they work together. And we've seen it time and time again. It's the scenario needs to present humor. If everything was going right, it wouldn't be humorous. Like even the Orville, every episode, everything goes off the fucking rails. It starts out like it's working. It's never a straightforward, this is a protocol-based episode. That's the whole point of this, is it's supposed to go fucking crazy. So at the end, they can get their shit together and actually perform like a standard crew. And this one really showed like just how much that they purposely push against what they could be.
I think the show actually says, I think I get where Greg is coming from. It's Starfleet crews are supposed to be the best of the best. Starfleet crews are supposed to see everything perfectly and be perfect in all things. But Mariner says it in the premiere of this season. I know we're not supposed to have interpersonal conflicts, but I fucking hate that girl.
Yeah. Like I don't think that it would have worked without people stepping out of line. Like it just I don't like, if this was a show where they've mixed humor in with like perfect protocol, I don't think it would be as funny. I actually find Mariner's hijinks actually kind of funny. I like how Boimler 99% of the time has to clean it up, sometimes by accident. And I just really love, because the humor just dominoes though. Like I love how it all ties in. Like where you've got like something that goes off the rails on one side that then impacts the other side. And it works so well. And as someone who does like misses a lot of like references because I haven't seen all the source material, this episode gave me so much that I like could reference just from what I've seen so far. And so I can understand why a Trek fan like they would get so much more from this if they know the references. Because like I had that Leonardo DiCaprio moment with the cigarette like every like 5 seconds when there was a TNG reference. I was just really excited. But I think that was the whole point of these exercises, though. She set out to make them fail, and it was their flaws that actually made them strong. And I love that, because even Boimler, his inability to not be perfect and follow it by the book, had he just said, fuck it, 90. Like the fact that he wouldn't, like, I just love that that's what saved the episode, is that he was trying so hard to get that perfect score. But that's the thing. He's the hero of the day. Regardless if he does it by succeeding or failing, like, he still saved the Cerritos time and time again. And I don't think that needs to be understated at all.
Greg, we've been walking over your opinion quite a bit. Do you have anything you'd like to say or rebuttal?
Mariner shouldn't be on the Cerritos. Her mom as captain is an inherent conflict of interest. And yes, you can say Cisco had Jake. Jake wasn't in Starfleet. You could say Wesley was an ensign. His mom was, of course, chief medical officer. But they weren't in positions the way Mariner and her mom are. And Mariner, the reason why I keep harping on Mariner is the scapegoat of references in Trek. Like, she's worked with Worf, she's worked with Riker. I'm like, okay, she's apparently been all over the place. But my thing is, like, she is the model of don't be this as a Starfleet officer, because the way she treats Ransom, the way she treats her mother's authority, it's like, yeah. And Reyna, this is the point that Reyna made. It's like, okay, yeah, they came together and proved that they can be a good crew. But the fact that they have to keep realizing this means they're a terrible crew. This drill, yeah, they were set up to fail. If Mariner had followed the procedure, she would have passed her tests. Tendy's the only one that makes sense because of her anxiety, the way she handles her depression and anxiety. That makes sense from a personal standpoint.
Actually, no, she wouldn't have passed the test because the test was rigged for them to fail.
Justin,
we've
been guys. This was his chance to let him finish, and then it's time to move on.
Okay.
But it's like Rutherford figured out the solution too late, of course, because he didn't have gloves on. Mariner not following procedure. Boimler was following procedure. He just wasn't happy with the score. So again, his OCD kicks in. I got to get higher. When any of us would have killed for that 90% in that scenario. And then, of course, the one who did the best, in my opinion, which got the least amount of screen time of everybody out of Shax and Tiana, was Ransom. Ransom performed great. He just didn't get the screen time this time around, unless you count him being ridden by his favorite lieutenant commander. But again, Boimler was great, and it's just like like I said, how this killed it. It's like, okay, it's like, I get the humor. It's supposed to be funny. It's making fun of itself. It's got all the references. But it's like everybody harps on Orville being like, oh, it's Seth MacFarlane's dick joke here, this and that there. Lower Decks literally had a dick joke, and apparently it rang better with them doing Naked Now versus Orville doing it with a bunch of Mocklins and Bortus. It's like, okay, they both are inherently the same scene, if you will, but yet Lower Decks did it better, but Orville didn't. It's like, okay. But I think we need to go to Sun, and Sun gets to give her recap on our recap.
But unlike Orville, which does those
Justin, let's not give her recap.
Justin.
Oh, everyone else gets interrupted. I try to. Okay. Oh no. Okay, fine.
So, halfway through Reyna's, and I'm sorry, Reyna, but I'm going to call it a rant because it was a rant. It was a rant. Let's be honest. I had to fan myself. I was laughing so fucking hard because I had a thought. Greg, this is going to make you piss your pants.
Oh, God.
What Reyna is saying is that holographic Boimler gets to be captain for season 5 of Discovery.
Oh, no.
Honestly,
I think you broke Justin.
Honestly, I feel like the only reason that I harp on the Orville is like the argument of it being interpersonal. Like, so Ed and his wife arguing for 2 seasons straight and nearly sabotaging
Ex-wife.
every mission. Exactly. That's not a conflict of interest. Them
Oh, it is
every
very much
fucking mission. Exactly. Oh my god. So you literally negated the point here.
No, I didn't negate the point. She shouldn't be on the Orville. Mariner shouldn't be on the Cerritos.
Oh, let's
But
save
I
the
like
rest
the
of that
Orville.
topic
I like
for
the
an actual.
Orville.
It's a
Lord
little
Dexter
thing
was
called
funny.
artistic liberty. It's an
Let's save the
interesting
Orville
story on
discussion
the
for
Orville.
Orville
It's
season
a-
3.
It's
March next year.
Yes.
Maybe.
It's artistic liberty. If you constantly write story based on how it should be in real life, you're going to have less and less and less of an interesting story. There is a reason why protagonists in horror movies continuously make dumb things or don't just call 911 on their cell phone. There's a reason why, military, it's an entire article on TV tropes. Like it's
All
a
right,
creative
let's-
license with the
let's-
military and whatnot. Like it's
Let's move
Son,
on
do
to
you have
that
any final
recap for
thoughts?
what if. Oh.
So leaning off of that just a bit, Travis. Just because tropes exist doesn't mean they're a bad thing. Tropes
I'm not
exist
saying that
because
they're a bad thing.
tropes. Right. Well, one of the tropes is conflict of interest. Just because a trope exists doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing.
But I
And
didn't
and
say
a lot of that,
thing.
no, I didn't. Greg did.
Okay.
Okay. Just because a trope exists doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. It is a form of storytelling. It's just so common that it's considered a trope. Now, that conversation aside, while you were talking about bringing things back around, Travis, the only thing going through my head was, yeah, let's have the end of the season be Boimler is stuck in another holodeck program, and Rutherford is trying to open the fucking door, and he gets the door open, and it's Boimler, a girl, and those rock monsters from TOS. God, what are they called?
The Horda.
The Excalbians.
No. The Excalbians. Yeah, it's Boimler, this girl, and the Excalbian, and the girl's going Brad, and he's going Janet, and when Rutherford crashes through the door, he goes Rocky, staring at the Excalbian.
Son with the Rocky Horror reference.
Oh
Yep.
dear.
Well, we always knew it was a little rocky, but on the Vortex, we didn't know it was that rocky, son.
All
Damn.
right.
Before we move on to what if, folks, our viewers watching, we have set up a fundraiser on our Super Geeks page, donating to Ross's channel. Again, that if we reach the goal of $2,000 to his channel, he will be hosting the October 29th show as Dr. Frankenfurter.
And where can people find links to the fundraiser, Greg?
On Ross's Twitch at twitch.com/live_love_play. If you're already watching, you're there.
Also, Ross, you got to do an ad.
Oh, that's right.
You want me to
Travis
run
redeemed
an
it.
ad in the middle of the show?
Because
Yes,
I fucking
go ahead.
paid for it. So, even if you have to just speak it verb memory or something, I want.
we will
fucking
clip it.
ad.
Travis,
We will
that's
clip
for
it.
me to run a Twitch ad, to interrupt the show and run a Twitch
Yeah.
ad. It's not
It's
me
literally him
reading
taking-
anything.
Yeah, it's literally him
It's
taking
me
a commercial
interrupting
break
the
on
stream,
Twitch.
interrupting the show to run an ad that would pay half Amazon and half me.
Okay, well then, in that case, take 15 sips of water.
Shit.
What are you gonna make him piss his pants before the end of the show, Travis?
I spent 1,500 points here. I'm gonna get my money.
He wants his money.
Ross does have the ability to refund those points, right?
Wait, I can give my
doing
we
15
give our channel
sips,
points
so.
back.
Yes, you can. You can refund channel points.
I did not know that.
There. And I probably am going to have to take a break because I went through all this coffee right here, the first part of the show.
Oh God.
We are not sponsoring Raid Shadow Legends, Raina. No. Bad.
While Ross is getting more
You know who
coffee,
else drinks
Travis.
a lot of water? NordVPN.
Oh God.
PCB
There was your
way.
There was your ad.
Wait. PCB way.
So
Bio
is Travis
Trends,
gonna give us?
Doesn't have to
Aegis
worry about the Borg.
multi-collagen.
Manscaped.
Oh God.
What's tougher than the Mirror Universe?
Don't.
Ridge Wallet.
Damn it.
I mean, really, the Borg are like the best ones to promote Manscaped. They are smooth as hell.
That's a
Yeah,
Every
yeah.
single one of them.
No, they're not.
Okay, hey, hold
no,
on.
they're
Full
not.
disclosure.
All right, let's
I
move
would-
on into our second review of the night. Travis, are you ready to tell us all about What If?
Travis is born ready.
I am ready. I'm just also like, it's a big ending right now in the game.
Oh God.
All right. Screw it.
Do we need to do an intermission while everyone collects their collects their
No,
thoughts?
I'm gonna. All right. This week on Robo Genocide,
Fuck.
you're given a not so episodic story for the show, and Ultron echoes my belief that the Watcher is kind of creepy. He's a big creep. He watches you. He's creepy. Ultron and me understand it. Okay, I'm just saying. Ultron has won. He's won against the Avengers. He's won against Earth. He's won against the galaxy. Won against Thanos, and he's won the game. Thanos comes to Earth. Ultron is like, "You're a wuss." Thanos is like, "Nuh-uh, I am inevitable." And Ultron's like, "Well, I'm cutting you in half because you're a wuss." And he gets all the Infinity Stones because, of course, he does. I'll ignore the continuity clashes. Here. He becomes an unstoppable force, kills everything and everyone, and the Watcher's like, "Wow, this guy's destroying everything. I'll just stand here and watch." And Ultron's like, "Oh my God, I can hear the narrator." And the Watcher's like, "Nuh-uh, you can't. Leave me alone. Shut up." And hides because, of course, he does. Ultron's like, "I'm going to find you, and I'm going to kill you, and then I'm going to destroy the multiverse." And the Watcher's like, "Not if I help in this one thing, though I cannot intervene." So he watches Black Widow and Hawkeye look through a bunch of files and is like, "I could tell them where the answer is. I could tell them, but I won't." They find the answer anyway. They make a drone corrupt with this AI. He tries to blast the army and he fails because Ultron isn't in their universe anymore. He's spoiling the last episode because he's a dick. And he's also fighting the Watcher. He ruins Steve Rogers' presidential inauguration, punches Earth to the Ice Age, and forces the Watcher to run away faster than Sir Robin. He runs to the void and sees this guy in a glass case of emotion. And he's like, "Oh, I remember you, episode 4, right?" And Doctor Strange is like, "Yeah, I'm still here, but I got kicked out of the D&D game with Stephen Hawking, Nichelle Nichols, Al Gore, and Gary Gygax. I was a strange wizard." And the Watcher's like, "Wow, that joke was dumber than the guy who writes these dumb recaps." And Strange is like, "Well, don't blame me for that." And the Watcher's like, by the way, you should like help me fight this evil robot." Strange is like, "No." And the Watcher's like, "Why?" And Strange is like, "Because I don't like you." And the Watcher's like, "Well, that joke was already done." And Strange is like, "Okay, I'll help you. It's definitely not a trap." And the Watcher's like, "Okay, I believe you. Let's do this next week though, because our 30 minutes are up." The end.
Was that
And I had to
Okay,
say
right
to
now with
and I've got to say, Carlos Pedraza was the one who actually said that the Watcher would not be interfering in any of the shows. That he won't do that. Well, guess what, Carlos? You suck.
He's not in
So,
any of the other
sucks?
shows.
Raid Shadow Legends.
I hate you.
Did you guys, Justin? Did you flash Raina's comment?
Yes, I did.
Okay, no, not that one.
Oh,
Not that
let's see.
Oh no, the very
This
last
one?
one.
The
No,
very
no.
last
The
one.
very last one she posted, the most recent one.
Thanos Death be sponsored by Slapchop.
It took Ross a moment to remember what the slap chop was.
Now,
That
before
was
we get
hilarious.
into everyone's reactions, I just want to say I fucking called it. You guys were all, "Oh, that ending the last episode made me so upset. Oh, it was so bad. Blah 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 blah." Who called it?
What?
Yes, you
Lead
were
into the next
very
episode.
yes.
Oh, but the
Yes.
Infinity Stones don't work that way. Guess what?
All right, I'm
Okay,
gonna
floating
quote the
aside.
grandpa. I'm gonna quote the grandpa from The Princess Bride here. Yes, you're very smart. Shut up.
To your corner, Travis.
Honestly, I missed last week's show,
Justin,
but I was gonna.
since we had
Yeah.
to since you got cut off in the last one, why don't you lead in with your thoughts and impressions of this episode?
Okay, first off, when the Ultron kills Thanos, that was fucking epic. I don't care what anyone says. Thanos just walks in like, aha, I'm gonna own this place. Dead. Oh, what's this? Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy.
Exactly.
That's exactly what Ultron did. I love the fact that they use Vision as Ultron. I mean, that just gives it a whole new depth. I mean, I don't know why they haven't done a What If sooner. This is fucking great stuff. I think we're going to be getting a team up next episode between the Watcher and, of course, Evil Strange and whatever Avengers they can pull from the other multiverses. So it ought to be interesting to see how this all comes together. And if they are able to stop Voltron or something other fuckery happens, or if they're going to blue ball us until next season, because it is Marvel and they can do an Infinity War on us. So I would not hold that past them to do that. Leave us hanging until they decide season 2, whenever that's going to be. But yeah, I fucking love this episode. The scene between Hawkeye and Widow was great. Wasn't expecting Hawkeye to bite the dust on this one, but gotta expect it to have a feeling he'll be back. I mean, we'll all see them on the team up anyways in a teaser early on in the season. So we'll just have to see where this goes, and I really think they're going to end it on a cliffhanger. But I can't wait for next week. It's going to be great.
And Kia commercial kind of teased this as well.
Yeah, it did.
Well, they actually showed the Kia commercial on the actual part of the Kia commercial, I guess. So I guess that's going to be part of it.
I will continue to think that something like that is just a sci-fi channel or a sci-fi series trying to rip off of what Heroes did. Like the whole half of the first season of Heroes was Hero himself trying to get a fucking car. Remember? Nissan Versa.
Oh Christ.
It's like Quantum Break's Nissan ad where they're driving a Nissan past the Nissan billboard, past the Nissan dealership, in one whole scene in 30 seconds. Like, that was glorious.
By the way, Raina,
Enter the Matrix, where every 10 feet you see a... Go ahead, Justin.
By the way, Raina, on point with the icon.
Yeah, where were you on that one, Justin?
What? I can't take it from everybody. Come on now.
Oh, I'm reminded of Enter the Matrix's Powerade tie-in. Every 10 feet you saw a Powerade vending machine.
Ross, I think you need to do this.
Or Demolition Man's Taco Bell reference.
Well, while I'm stretching, Greg, why don't you give me your thoughts on the episode?
We had the season's best episode on Wednesday. I will always the even though it wasn't his last one, but the T'Challa Star-Lord will always be my favorite episode of What If from here till the end of time because it's just that much fun. But when Ultron walked through at the end of the Thor episode, and how I know I missed the show, but how everyone was like, either those can't work that way or that makes no sense. Well, we just found out they made it make sense, and that wasn't like that's not the throw in the face. Just like, okay, now it made sense, and now it's fucking terrifying. This wasn't like Thanos where he knew everything how it was gonna go, and of course he has the stones. This was Ultron who won, who is literally basically, I'm gonna say infant in a way, just because it's in his new body. He doesn't know who Thanos is. But he recognizes Thanos is extremely dangerous and kills him right away. It's not because he's like, oh, I don't like you or anything. It's like he recognizes he's dangerous. And like Justin said, he looked at the Infinity Stones like piece of candy, takes them, and realize the first thought in his mind is the possibility of infinite worlds in this universe made it more terrifying that, wait, he doesn't know there's a multiverse. What's up?
I thought Ross was stuck.
Oh.
No, I'm stretching, which requires me to stand still for several seconds at a time.
But the Hawkeye Black Widow dynamic was absolutely, it was a bit of a gut punch to just see them, Black Widow being the optimist of all people. And that's kind of been her MO late in the MCU, but just to be the optimist, like, we got this. And Hawkeye saying what is true, like in Avengers video, was like, I'm not frustrated, I'm tired. He doesn't want to fight anymore. It's like that hit hard. And so it's like they're just trying to, of course, beat Ultron at this point, and Ultron realizing that the Watcher's there. The second person to realize the Watcher is there. The first time the Watcher said, no, I can't interfere and won't. This time he has no choice. Ultron busts through the reality shield and is like, no, you're mine. And we have an amazing showdown between those two, which I absolutely loved. Jeffrey Wright getting to say more than just, I'm the Watcher. He had actual good dialogue in this episode. The fight choreography and scene was amazing between the two. And then to go, of course, a la Avengers Endgame, Hawkeye sacrifices himself this time. And it's like, you know what, having to do it. And I love that the hope for mankind is at this point, 80-year-old AI, Arnim Zola. Who, by the way, sounds a lot like my physics professor. But Arnim is and Zola's totally on board with helping. I'm like, that's great though, but that's giving Ultron something to break Ultron that he can't compete with. It's like putting up a supercomputer against a Mac 2. Like, the Mac 2 is going to win because it's so simple it can't decode it. But then just to see Ultron becoming the ultimate MCU villain. This is my take on this episode. We get Ultron as the ultimate MCU villain across every multiverse known imaginable. He basically becomes Neo. He basically becomes everybody. I see everything. This is the Avengers 5 they're prepping us for. Before we get Kang, which, by the way, Ultron, this version of Ultron will be better than Kang hands down, as much as I'm going to love Kang coming forward. And the Watcher basically being defeated, and of course turns to evil Doctor Strange, who then is now teasing we're going to get Captain. If the promo is right, like what we keep seeing in little previews, we're going to get Captain Carter, we're going to get Gamora, Thanos out with their double-edged sword. We're going to get probably Spider-Man, we're going to get Thor. So they're going to bring in which one?
In the Kia.
Oh, goddamn. But we're getting Avengers 5 next week. And this is the build-up. I wouldn't be surprised that when next week's episode if it is Avengers Infinity style, yes, I will love a cliffhanger, but I'd rather blow my load and have the finale be an hour and have more fun. But this is the tease for Avengers 5. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the test run for Avengers 5, which if I'm going to be frank here, Avengers 5 is going to play out in the exact same way What If is. They're going to call in MCU not Mirror Universe, damn it, Star Trek. Multiverse heroes, and we're gonna see a Tony Stark Iron Man, but not Robert Downey Jr. We're gonna see a Captain America, but not Chris Evans. We're gonna see, of course, I wouldn't be surprised if Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield come back for an Avengers 5, since Marvel's now keeping this more and more tight-lipped. This is our Avengers 5 preview, and I am absolutely fucking stoked for how they handle the story next week.
I mean, DC's done it, so it's not too far-fetched for them to do it here, too. So, I'm all for it if this is the route that they're going, because that'll make it a hell of a lot more interesting. A good way to reboot the universe, too, Marvel.
Right? They're soft rebooting the MCU in a sense, so this is going to be interesting.
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you,
a good
Greg.
way to redo it.
Yep.
Travis and Lane.
I mean, I enjoyed the episode. I personally, when I was watching this episode, there was one thing that really kind of ran through my mind, and that was I would almost prefer this show to have kind of a season-long arc rather than just little episodic mini arcs, because the fact that they tied this episode in with the very end of last episode made me like just think about how much like more intriguing this would be if like the various episodes connected more. The fact that this episode has connected not only to last week but to episode 4
Mm-hmm.
and like it just it would make me more invested, and like it would also make it, I feel like it would also have much more time to explain a lot of the setting for each one, because I found it kind of odd that once Ultron wins, Thanos immediately comes, having 4 Infinity Stones when we know that he had to devastate a planet that we saw, Xandar. He had to devastate Xandar to get the Power Stone, if I recall correctly. And
Yeah, you're
later
right.
on in this episode, Ultron attacks Xandar, and Xandar's just defending itself like it was never attacked. And it was just this like, I really wish that they would showcase, like they would show more build up to the setup here, because a lot of this feels like it's just like kind of thrown at us for the sake of telling the story in less than 30 minutes. And like, I get it. You only have so much time to tell a story, but it's like, I really wish like it just, I kind of wish that there was just more of an arc in turn. Like there was more like, am I making any sense? I'm struggling.
No, I understand what you're saying. That
No, I see where you're coming from with the arc. I do.
yeah, you want more build up, you want more context.
Yeah, like rather
If
than
if
just
I
like
they kind of, sorry, Travis, go ahead.
you know, like rather than just like throw out, Captain Peggy Carter as, you know, as rather, yeah, like that the pilot episode, for example,
Right.
like it's such a throwaway episode if you ask me, and just like seeing Steve Rogers in an Iron Man suit for the sake of seeing Steve Rogers in an Iron Man suit, it's like I feel like the show would feel so much more like natural, so much more like immersive if it just did like a bit more setup, a bit more table setting, a bit more like showing us of how like why certain things are as they are, rather than just, oh, let's do this wacky scenario, zombies, shit like again, I'm enjoying the show much better than I thought I would be. It just, I can see where like it could hit so much harder, if that makes sense, you know?
All right. Thank you, Travis. Raina.
I fucking love this episode. Like I know this is gonna break the universe right now, but I'm 100% in agreement with Greg here. With just about everything. Like this episode, as much as I love the T'Challa one, like, my God, finally they gave my boy Ultron some actual good lines and some movement. Because like, as much as I love Ultron in the comics, he's actually my second favorite villain in all of Marvel. They fucked him over in Age of Ultron. Straight up ruined him. Like, I love his voice lines. I love his humor. I love his, like, I'm not taking your shit, Stark. Like, I kind of just love their witty banter back and forth. But the way he went out, like, I hate to say it like this, but he went out like a punk. I mean, I'm just going to say that now. Here, it felt like this was, like, a really good villain. Like, I know, like, Travis wants the whole idea of it being, like, you know, really, like, kind of built up to this. But I felt like this episode did one thing really good. And the last cliffhanger, like, you guys know, I hated it last week. But after seeing this episode, you kind of realize that's the fucking point. It's defying expectations. It's breaking the ending of that last episode on purpose. Breaking that happy ending, like, yeah. And honestly, Ross, like, here's the thing, like, we were both kind of right because the stones shouldn't work, but I kind of like how Ultron was so smart. Those limitations on the stones, he became so smart. He overrode those limitations. And I just kind of like that the Watcher actually did kind of intervene. I liked watching him fight Ultron. Like, okay, first of all, I need to say that Ultron looked like a straight up Digimon in here. Like he did with the damn lance. But I gotta say, like, the design is just brutal. His armor, like, I love how oppressive it is. And like Greg said, I love that he killed Thanos instantly. He didn't hesitate. He registered how dangerous he was and was like, yeah, you know what? I ain't even gonna risk it.
You know what, Raina? Whenever you said Digimon, I immediately thought of this.
It's time to
Wow, Justin. Completely different fucking universe.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, like, if you look at Ultron, just look up a Digimon called Omnimon. Like, that is literally what I was thinking in my head. Like, holy hell. Like, the lance and everything.
Are you sure you're not mispronouncing it as Omni-Man?
He acted like Omni-Man. He had the same level of brutalness.
He did.
You know what? And you know what I love is he did the thing that was opposite of Thanos. Like, I'm going to wipe out half of everything. But I just love where he's like, fuck it. Just make an army. Snapped his fingers, made an army. Like, just was like, I'm going to make an army right here. Why
He made a whole moon army.
And the whole thing with Zola, like, come on, man. Like, he was, like, one of my favorite things in The Winter Soldier, where he just showed up and, you know, Captain America, of course, said that. Oh, fuck me. You know, like, just kind of like, God damn it. But this whole thing is just, I love how it defies every expectation it's set so far because it makes this episode special. It's like, oh, you remember that thing from like 3 or 4 episodes ago? Bam! And unimportant. Here you go. But also, I love this whole idea of turning to the unconventional heroes that we've seen so far for help, that you become so desperate. And we saw Steve Rogers as freaking president of the damn United States, which was awesome. But no, seriously, like, oh, and I really love the reference now that we finally have that connection to Loki, that you see the sacred timeline in the background.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I love that. Like, this whole thing, too, is I love that Ultron, because that's a big part of his character in the comics, is he learns, and he learns, and he learns, and he's slowly processing the information, because people think, like, Taskmaster did that shit first. No, Ultron did that shit first. And I love where he's continuously learning, and I love that he becomes aware of the Watchers as he starts integrating with the stones. Like, I love how they use the stones. It wasn't like Thanos where he was using those powers separately. No, he didn't use the stones here. He straight up integrated him to his own power. He was just absorbing it like a natural battery. And I love that. Like, the fist fight, like, it felt very comic book for the first time in this show. Like, don't get me wrong, like, there was some good action set pieces, but that felt like a true, like, comic book moment. And I loved the sound effects, like the impact of every hit. The musical score was intense. It was powerful. The voice acting of the Watcher, like, as someone who played a background character, I was extremely impressed with his performance in this episode. Like, I love this episode. Like, it was my favorite this season. I was cheering the whole time. And as someone who's a diehard Ultron fan, like, this was the perfect redemption for that mediocre movie he got. Because he was one, like, don't get me wrong, like, I love Thanos, but I feel like before they touched Thanos, I feel like Ultron, if they gave him, like, the comic book love, he deserved a dual part movie. If you know Ultron's origins, and this felt like something very much like something from his comics. Like, I really, really enjoyed this episode, and I'm in love with it, honestly.
I mean, I'm with Greg on this. I think they might be bringing Ultron back in a way. You know, this is a great way for them to reboot the MCU. At least, you know, without having Tony Stark or any of them in there. I mean, they can reboot it any way they want. by doing it this fashion. Yeah.
And
By
you know
just
what?
having-
Reboot it.
By just having Ultron the way he is now in the previous episode, and of course with Loki. So the Loki season finale and this episode, the
Oh my
entire
God.
MCU is just absolutely open to not just reboot, but just like it is open. Who knows what
It's
timeline we're
open
gonna end
for
up?
business.
Yeah,
All
who
right.
knows what timeline we're gonna end up with?
Thank you, Raina. As for me, this episode was really impressive. Like Raina, I felt that Ultron wasn't really an Avengers level threat. He was certainly a major threat, but not outside what we typically saw with the individual heroes throughout the different individual movies. He was certainly formidable, but stacked up with Loki in the first Avengers and then Thanos and the further ones, he didn't feel like an incremental step. He kind of felt like a step backwards, actually. And I loved the character. I loved how he was portrayed, but I felt like he should have been more of a threat.
Mhm.
And it was really hard for me to really understand his motivation. We got a lot of screen time with him, but it was difficult to figure out what he wanted and why, especially with the affinity he showed towards the twins. It didn't make sense to me that he went from preserving them but wanting to wipe out the rest of humanity. And I really didn't buy the kind of, oh, I want peace, so I'm going to just kill everything. That's not peace. But this Ultron, this was an Avengers level threat. This was a formidable, this was a scary, this is the Ultron that kills a galaxy, a universe.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was an Ultron that that lived up to his threat, and to see how much he grew over a short period of time, to see him just bisect Thanos just seconds after seeing him. Oh, that's interesting. Dead.
Ultron has
And-
officially become the most dangerous villain in the MCU
Mhm.
right now.
And another interesting thing was, at first I thought it was a fault in Ultron that he didn't just snap his fingers and wipe out all life. This was him intentionally going out and killing everything by himself, essentially, with his army, of course, but he needed to be there to see the end of all things on each planet and each entity that he visited. He took his army to take out Ego. He killed a planet being, an eternal one.
It wouldn't
Look
surprise.
up Guardians of the Galaxy.
It wouldn't surprise me if. Sorry, Ross. It just wouldn't surprise me if Ultron didn't know that a snap could destroy all existence, because he never. Sorry. He didn't know Thanos' point. He killed Thanos right away. Has the stones. There you go. But other than the Mind Stone, I don't think it's the point where, oh yeah, I can snap and it's all gone. I honestly think, for all of his intelligence, he didn't know.
Well, here's another thing with that. He probably knows if he snapped, it could probably either seriously injure him or kill him.
There we go.
I think that's a possibility, but I also think that he might know if he absorbs the knowledge of the universe to the point where he can wield the power of the stones that much, to where he can break through the boundaries of the multiverse. I think he knows that with that he can flex his power and snap his fingers and do what he wants to get done. But at the same time, he also knows that would end his purpose too soon. Because when he had finally wiped out the last of the universe, he understood that, oh, that would be the end of it. So he wants to draw that out. He wants it to take time so that he can continue to learn and grow. And he wants that journey as much as he wants that ending.
And not to mention, Ross, like, don't forget, like, he has Tony Stark's old callousness in a sense. And don't forget that I think we've learned this early on, that everybody who's ever held those stones keep a piece of those people with them. He took them from
Yeah.
Thanos. I mean, he's like, as much as we talk about Ultron being a machine and learning and, you know, just being code, I think deep down he has an enjoyment. Like, he seems to be very proud of his work. And I don't think he would get that
That's what I
same
was-
level of pride from just wiping out wiping out humanity with a snap. I feel like
that's what I
he
was
has
going
to
to say.
see his work. And not to mention, I think with Romanoff getting away, her and Hawkeye, I feel like that might have been a sting to him. You know, like that, we don't know the extent of that, but it seems very much like that would have, it's too easy for him. Ultron wants to prove that he's strength. I mean, even Thanos, look at that. He defied the expectations that were presented, even in the face of death and odds that were against him. He had to prove himself stronger than everything. Like, he fist fought the Hulk. He killed
fist
Loki.
fought the
to make it-
Watcher.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, when it came to Thanos, like, I think Ultron's very much like that. Like, he's enjoying the challenge of this. He's enjoying seeing how many walls he can break down, that it doesn't apply to him anymore. And that's why I kind of like the cliffhanger of the last episode, because it's like him saying, "Oh, you know that happy ending you were supposed to get? Fuck that. Here's surprise. I'm breaking this scene." Like, that's what it feels like. Like, it feels like he's actually breaking the show in multiple ways. I love this episode. Like, I'm gonna keep gushing about it for a long time because I love it.
I'm very
I mean,
eager
I've watched it twice already.
I'm very eager for the Watcher to assemble his own Avengers to take down this Ultron.
Yep.
He's
Oh,
already
my
got
God.
the uber powerful
Evil Doctor
Strange
Strange.
Supreme or Supreme Strange Supreme. Either way,
Yeah.
arguably the most powerful version of Doctor
Vampire-looking
Strange.
Vampire-looking
Or is he
Strange.
gonna just make
Ultra
it?
Strange.
Alucard Strange.
Or is he
He
gonna,
is now Ultra Strange.
or is
What
he just
about-
gonna make?
Based on what we've seen so far as who he could assemble, we've got Captain Carter, we've got T'Challa Star-Lord,
Mhm.
we've got
Frat Boy Thor.
Frat Boy Thor. Who am I missing? And the survivors of Zombie Earth.
Or is the
Yeah.
Watcher just gonna fuck
Zombie
everything up?
Avengers. Oh my God! Could you
So
imagine?
okay, that's my question. What Thanos did he kill?
His Thanos, the Thanos of that universe.
Okay, so zombie Thanos still exists.
Yes, but
In
he doesn't
another
have
reality.
all the stones yet.
Sure,
Yeah, but as
zombie
that was
Thanos still
ending,
exists. For the
But,
Watcher to
as
come and
that-
scoop up and give the rest of the stones to.
but here-
Go ahead, Justin.
Go ahead,
I keep
Justin.
cutting you off.
yeah, but here's the thing. As it was ending, was showing the last stone heading right towards Zombie Thanos, so that Thanos could have all the stones in that universe.
If I may, real quick, with the whole Ultron having the stones and breaking reality the way he has. So does this mean what does this mean? Rutherford was bullshitting us and that he's the most powerful being in existence with all those paperweights in his desk?
God damn it.
Holy crap, that is Rutherford.
It is.
Eugene Cordero.
You know what I just
That is
realized?
an interesting question. How does the TVA fit with the Watcher?
Right, because since Ultron alone has these stones, and he is literally now broke the reality and has viewed all the multiverses, then is Rutherford full of shit? Or is Rutherford now the strongest person in the known reality?
But you know what?
Rutherford was always full of shit.
Well, here's the
TVA
thing.
was always its own universe.
Well, here's the thing: is the TVA itself. Like, I think the whole purpose is, that's why I was saying, like, even in the comics, they established that there's certain areas that the stones don't work in certain multiverses. It's just Ultron breaking the fucking programming. He's getting so smart learning off these stones. He's just like, oh, rules, what are those? Like, he's breaking them down like firewalls and just going through. And I feel like with this whole scenario, it's purposeful. Like, in fact, this could actually give an idea of how the stones will completely disappear out of the picture in terms of the MCU.
So who is
God, I
Neo?
hope so.
Who is
Now,
Neo to this Agent Smith?
Here's my
Superior
prediction.
Strange.
Honestly, like I know that we're looking at like, well, what about the Watcher and how does he fall into the TVA? We don't know if the MCU is going to try and explain that Kang had something to do with that. You know what I mean? Like, for all we know, like the TVA may actually be unaware because maybe this being is like God. You know, like, don't get me wrong, Kang is just a man that figured out the multiverse. Let's not forget that. And he created the TVA. Maybe the Watcher, but he's kind of doing the Watcher's job for him. If the timeline is supposed to go a certain way, right? And it's supposed to go that way, it keeps him from having to intervene in the first place. It's just Ultron breaking the sequence of events across these different multiverses, including the timeline itself.
So the sacred timeline is still part of a multiverse,
Yeah.
but it's contained within its own continuity.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Welcome to quantum physics.
But you know what? I wonder if there. My prediction is the next episode is going to have a moderate time jump. I do believe that. I think it'll have a time jump, but I also would like to see how Ultron's dealing with the prospect of other Infinity Stones and other universes. Like, is he going to start breaking them one by one? Because I think he could do it without hurting himself like Thanos did.
He can certainly figure it out.
I'm not sure if time really means anything to the Watcher, because these timelines aren't necessary, as far as we can tell, these timelines aren't exactly happening at the same time.
The Watcher's just a guy flipping through the TV.
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I think honestly, like, I think that's what separates it now, thinking about it, is the TVA manages these timelines and makes sure they go the certain way. The Watcher makes sure that these timelines don't intercede with one another. Which, it's kind of funny that Ultron's breaking through, because we don't know where this is established in terms of the time of the Loki TV show itself. Because even though we see the sacred timeline, we don't necessarily know if it's going on before or after. Does, like Ross said, does time even have relevance here?
So my take, but this what Brandon just said kind of made me think. Sorry, Ross.
Go ahead.
Just made me think. There are the Stan Lee's character was a Watcher. So this Watcher is probably protecting his sacred timeline and his sacred multiverse. So this could be his own pocketed million universes timeline that he's trying to protect. And depending how deep they go, because again, there are so many Watchers, is Ultron going to figure out, oh, there's more than just this one multiverse, and I can go break and tag this other Watcher and so on. So how Rain is saying, where does this take place in Loki? This could be very well be another timeline in another universe where Kang, again, being the guy who figured it all out, created the TVA, and there could be no TVA here, or this is that it's supposed to happen this way.
See, because I'm in the belief that the sacred timeline itself, there is one sacred timeline, but there's millions upon millions of multiverses in it that are supposed to go different ways. I feel like the Nexus events themselves are obviously unplanned, circumstances of the multiverses crossing through. But like we see, the Watcher hasn't intervened until this moment when he was put in a position where he was forced to. Like I agree with you, Greg. Like, I think this is just one pocket of a massive, 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 massive multiverse. Like, this is like minuscule. I think that's what Marvel's trying to say, is that the amount of multiverses there are versus what we're seeing is limited.
It's interesting that you bring that up. The
Does
latest
anybody
season...
remember? Does anybody remember like every single fucking ending to Men in Black?
Pretty much.
Oh,
yeah, that was great. That's good.
The latest season of Rick and Morty actually addressed that a bit. Slight spoiler. Evil Morty, from the end of the first season, took over the Citadel and took power from the Council of Ricks, with the point of harnessing the combined intellectual potential of the Citadel to create a vessel where he could break through his multiverse, where Rick is always the smartest person, to go to a different multiverse where he could forge his own destiny outside of just being a Morty. So the idea of different multiverses revolving around a similar motif, if you will, is something that other properties are exploring. So seeing that here is really interesting.
And not to mention, I think that there's a deeper connection because even my friend Maku pointed out a good point. Do you notice that the Watcher is always directly addressing us, the audience?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's Deadpool.
Like, I don't think that's just from a narration perspective because he's actually like acknowledging more than what the standard narrator would do, if that makes sense. So I feel like there's going to be some deeper tie into that. Like when he's speaking to us, is he speaking to someone else and we're looking at it as us kind of thing? If that makes sense. Like this whole thing is gonna, however it ends, it's gonna have to explain so much because this puts into everything in question. But I kind of like it because like WandaVision, Loki, they're breaking those walls down that were pre-established, and like everything you thought you knew is non-existent. Like I believe that this will be the event that finally busts the multiverse down. Like I almost have a feeling like Greg had said when we were talking way back about Loki, where WandaVision and Loki had the same like timeline breaking events at the same time going on. What if this is a third event going on right at that same time? Just breaking those walls, and it could even explain the art style difference.
Let's get some final thoughts and move on to our other headlines for tonight. When Uatu was introducing this timeline, he made it sound like he's seen it before.
Something similar, yeah, I caught that.
And as he was doing his zoom out at the end, expecting it to end with Ultron just kind of sitting there observing the multiverse or his universe from his own point of view, and when Ultron noticed him, he was surprised by it, even though he's seen it before when Strange was looking out as the universe was collapsing in around him. He was able to see him. That's interesting. Like he's seen that timeline happen before, but then it didn't turn out the way he expected. That's another interesting angle. All right, Justin, final thoughts.
Muted.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one because he was just all like, yeah, we see how this turns out, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh shit, you see me? So,
right. Go ahead, we finish.
Yeah, I like I said, it's going to be interesting to see how they close out because next week's the final episode.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Greg.
I stand by my final thought being this is a test for Avengers 5, and we're going to probably see either the craziest episode in Marvel TV or the second craziest episode of Marvel TV.
We're getting blue balled, and you know it.
Travis.
I think I'm going to be a very sad boy here shortly.
Mariners lost.
No, they're not. It's 2-1 Angels right now, but this is
There's still hope.
Last chance.
Oh, there's still hope. Never
But
give up, never surrender.
Final thoughts on what if, Travis?
What if the Mariners won?
Oh, God.
I'm looking forward to next week. That's all I really have to say.
Okay.
Raina.
I am really just looking forward to this. I kind of also want to see what happens with Zola. Like I that's going to be interested to have him and Ultron kind of clashing for control of the program. Like yes. I find that really interesting. But overall, I think that I'm with Greg on this one, and I know that that's probably breaking the multiverse as we speak, but I feel like this is going to be our trial run for the stakes that we're going to be seeing from now on, because they've lifted this bar between this and Loki, and I'm kind of excited to see them push the limits of what they can do.
And Sun.
So I have a George theory.
Let's hear it.
So, what's his name? Owatu
Owatui, yeah.
is literally just sitting in a research lab. So the reason he's talking to you is you're the researcher behind the window, and he's watching a TV. And suddenly, this version of Ultron ringed himself out of the fucking TV to jump into another program. And so Owatu is freaking the fuck out, but he's starting to realize, I'm not just a watcher here. I can kind of interfere because I was told I can kind of interfere if shit gets desperate. So he's literally going to start plucking shit out and create this weird Who Framed Roger Rabbit thing.
That's an accurate description of what's happening, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I've just been sitting here listening and just like, yeah, no, this seems more and more like he's just literally sitting in front of a TV. He's been watching it the whole time, talking to some researchers because they're showing him a multiverse, and he's just watching it, right? Of course, they told him he could interact with it. They just prefer if he didn't interact with it. Well, now shit's going crazy, and he's interacting with it. So yeah, I think that's what we're going to see as the end.
All right, thank you, son, and that'll wrap up our reviews for the week. We had a lot to say about both of these this week. I love it. We had some good discussions and conversations. Let's move on to our headlines for the week, and I'm going to let Raina and Greg take the lead with this one, as you guys are the most learned on it, and I really don't know what you're talking about. And the coffee and water is catching up to me. So yes, there it is. Think about Pokemon and Oreos. So you two, take it away. I'll be right back.
Would you like to start?
What is language saying?
I'll you'll know when to cut me off, Raina. So, folks, as the Pokemon craze grows with the cards and all that, we've recently found out how people want to sell cards. They've decided to make Oreos, which was not unforeseen. Here's what was unforeseen. They're selling a goddamn Oreo cookie for $15,000 and people are buying it.
This is not surprising.
Raina? God damn it.
I'm just going to say, yeah, I thought this was actually, believe it or not, when this popped up on my feed, I actually believed that this was BS.
Is this a Mew cookie?
Yes. Okay, so there is a collectible line that's a limited edition of Oreos where there's 16 different Pokemon across these different Oreo packages. And so people thought it was a fun little thing to just do it. My little icon right there is actually what people are bidding on because I guess it's a little more rare or something. And somebody started a rumor that there's only one in every few batches or some shit. And it's actually working. People are doing this. And actually, right now, I just searched Mew Oreo, and the listings, the first four are as follows for the prices, guys. And three of these have bids. $100, $2,000, $1,000, and $600. And the listings just keep going and going and going and going, and people are bidding on them.
So, I had a similar thing happen this week. There was a bidding price on. Okay, so Lindsay Lohan is a furry now, right? And she's auctioning off her wolf for as an NFT, a non-fungible token thing. And I posted this to one of the Discord servers that I'm in. And one of the guys in there goes, "Who the hell pays $1,500 for furry art?" And I'm like, "You're in the furry community, and you don't realize that people will literally pay $10,000 for line art. The fuck?"
I mean, to be fair, I honestly, son, I have seen artists where, and as someone who is a furry, I have gotten art in the past gifted, and I bought, and there are some times that I have seen artists I've seen really good artists charge $50 for like some really quality like printed work,
Oh,
and then
yeah.
I've seen some really
pretentious
bad,
assholes who are
really bad
popular,
artists that's like,
who
here
have really
it's
horrible art.
$200 cash up front for like on PayPal for like
And it
really
takes-
bad art.
and it takes a year and a half to get.
and I saw this and I'm like, that's exactly what it feels like. This is the biggest freaking scam ever. And you know what? Obviously they're not that rare, because let me just look right now, just for scientifical purposes. How many, according to eBay, and I mean, you've got to cut this out a little bit, right? Like, you got to cut
I'm
some
gonna
of
go buy
these.
me some fucking Oreo
Currently,
shit.
the searches for just Mew and Oreo is 10,990. 10,990.
Wait a minute. Are they selling these Oreos right now?
They're selling
Yes.
the individual. Hold
Go
on, sorry.
to ebay.com and search Mew Oreo. I kid you not.
If that's the case, I'm going to fucking Walmart tomorrow buying me some Oreos, and I'm gonna become a millionaire over fucking night. My God, look at these prices! Holy shit!
Good luck getting them. But no, so Raina's looking that up. Yeah, these things are in my local community. Somebody legit it's like, hey, I have this Mew Oreo cookie. Does anybody want it? An hour later, this post had 100 comments on it, and they were legitimate comments of like, what do you want for it? I'll trade you this and that. And I'm like, what the fuck? Somebody has down here cast their Mew cookie in resin, so it is preserved.
Oh, God.
Fucking idiot!
And they're planning to auction it off.
Oh my god! Okay, Oreo Pokemon themed cookies. Okay, 3 15-ounce pack. Bonus Oreo mini snack packs, $15 on Amazon. In stock.
Oh my God!
I just find this incredibly joyous, because it's just...
Come on, it's okay, son. You're there.
No,
Oh
no.
my God!
I'm not used to laughing like that. My head hurts.
Like,
Broken Sun achievement unlocked.
Good game, Travis.
okay, so here's what I'm going to
Hopefully
say.
tomorrow's a better one.
So with the one that's $2,000, I like how one of the I love this, guys. Like, listen to this. This is what they put as the description: no breaks, mint condition, 2 rare Mew Pokemon Oreo, not Oreos, Oreo without an S, lit, fire, limited edition, fresh, no breaks, mint condition.
Hold on. I got one better.
It's
I
not
got one
mint
better.
condition. It's regular flavored.
I got one better, Raina. This one's down here. This one has 44 fucking watchers.
Oh,
collectible.
Jesus.
Hold on. Collectible Mew Pokemon Oreo cookie, limited edition, cracked. They're asking $200.
Oh my God!
And you know what? I just need to say that I like that some people are putting their Twitch tags and stuff next to these listings. Like, shout out to Spanish_Pop Tarts for this listing. That's $1,000. Like,
Justin, enlarge my camera screen.
Oh my God!
Here,
enlarge your camera.
Yeah. Okay, ready for this?
Oh my God!
It's cracked.
Just like
the ancient tablet that had Mew on it.
Exactly.
Okay, Justin, can you put a picture like on the screen? I love the people that are actually kind of like taking the piss out of this, though. Like, look at this guy's listing picture. I'm going to put it in the actual Super Geeks Facebook chat, because before we move on, we have to share this, because it's honestly one of the most glorious things that I have ever seen. Uploading it now.
I do not understand.
Well, while we're waiting for that, I think it's appropriate to bring back something that I haven't done in a little while. Sexy cookie time.
That is not a channel reward. Like, how dare you, Ross?
Well, yeah, we got the triggers Travis every single time.
Wait, so we just went from Travis being kind of depressed about the game, skipping the stop it, and him walking off.
Yeah.
We broke Travis with a cookie, everybody. Job
Why is
well
this not-
done.
Why
So
is
we
this
have
not
to-
a channel redeem on your channel?
We
Ross?
have to give Ross a new name.
Because I was making Ross fat the last time he put this as a channel redeem.
Yeah, exactly. I almost went through an entire case of
He bought a
cookies.
a case
Ross,
of those cookies.
Justin.
Ross, you realize you can't set limits on your channel redeems, right?
Yes, but here's the thing.
Okay.
If cookies are nearby, I'm going to eat the cookies. Also,
Just
if
like-
cookies are nearby, the little guy is going to want cookies. If cookies are nearby, the wife is going to want cookies.
You
If
see how
you
this
give
is a
a
never
Ross a
cycle?
cookie,
By the way, we
Child
managed
will
to scare
ask
off
for more.
Travis, so
But yes,
We can't get
yes,
to stop it anymore, so we'll go with that.
yes, our loyal Super Geek viewers, we decided to put a topic talking about Mew, the Pokemon Mew, being on Oreo cookies, and people asking tens of thousands of dollars for a goddamn cookie.
welcome to the furry fandom, everybody.
And I need to put a disclosure here, speaking for the Super Geeks. This is your Super Geeks disclosure. Please do not buy Oreos off eBay.
No, do not buy Oreos
no,
off eBay.
you buy them
Unless-
off of
Terrible with
Amazon.
money. Give your
Unless-
wife your wallet and just walk away, please. do
Unless
not
they're
Look,
coming
look,
from the Oreo company itself.
Or if you want to buy them off
Oh,
of
you
Amazon.
know they're like Dr. Evil in their lair right now. The Oreo company, like, oh, this is just
If you want to buy them off of Amazon, you get them for $15.90 for a case
see,
of
that's a-
pack of three.
hey, and they throw in a free pack of Oreo minis too. Damn.
And see, that's the hilarious part. So with people buying these cookies for the thousands of dollars in the Pokemon card world, they'll sell a pack of cards like $50, an 11 pack of cards for $50 at a chance of a card being worth $1,000. These Oreo cookies, no, you can still buy these Oreo cookies for $3 a pack for a cookie that's worth 10 times that. But it's like, no, we're not going to scalp these. People aren't going to scalp the cookies, but it's like, okay, whatever. But yes,
Let's
the
see what
Mew
they're going for Pokemon.
But I had to share that story because I saw it and I was like, oh my god, this, like, if I don't bring this up, this is going to be a travesty of a show. Like, just saying.
Yeah.
Like, it made it work.
The puns.
All right. Well, thank you guys for that little crummy story.
Oh god.
Hey, you know what?
Man,
You
okay,
love
the
that
Pokemon
story.
Oreo cookies. Okay, did this
Did
for
it make you
3
wanna buy Oreos?
packages with Walmart. It's $38.95.
Let's move on.
Here.
I'm going to rearrange
Yeah.
things a little bit. Are you guys familiar with Tech War?
No.
Oh,
I
the
am
crap
not.
show from William Shatner. Yes.
No, it was a book series first, and it sold relatively well. Most notably because of its adult themes, and it was mostly. Oh my god!
Raina.
Why?
Raina.
Why? Why?
Enlarge her.
Oh,
Enlarge
I'm
it.
gonna blow this off.
It's
Enhanced.
Orion.
Enhance Oreo.
Oh no, Leia's watching. this.
Guarantee that is going to be a Pokemon in one of the games coming up. It
Leia's
Let's
looks like
just
it
hope
could
it
be
gets
an
eaten.
EV.
I'm
Let's-
done.
Let's just
Get
hope
a-
it gets eaten by Kid Boo.
Oh, god damn it, son.
Get the fuck out. Can we get on with this? I want to say what we're watching and get the fuck to bed.
Okay.
Travis,
okay.
have an
Anyway,
Oreo. Have a
Tech
cookie.
War was a series of novels written by William Shatner about a near future cyberpunk environment where his self-insert character was a former detective fighting against the invasive psycho something drug called Tech. And it's getting an animated series adaptation. From one of the writers for Star Wars Rebels, Bad Batch, and Clone Wars.
Well, I guess with Babylon 5 getting rebooted, it's only fair that this is going to get a redo too, because they're on about the same time. So,
Well, Shatner's never going to get his other self-insert. No, I'm not eating another cookie. I'm trying to lose weight. Thank you.
Put the cookie down.
Okay.
So, like we're not going to see his other self-insert novel series with the Kirk resurrection stuff. So, but I'm curious to see where this goes. Tech War was an interesting video game series, or one of the first immersive sims out there. So yeah, that's about all that there is. You guys got anything to say about that?
No.
I hope we never see Kirk resurrected series in the books. No, please God, no.
It's not gonna happen.
On a more interesting note, Critical Role has announced its release date for campaign number 3. Are you guys familiar with Critical Role?
I know.
Oh yeah, I love Critical Role.
Well, in addition to this announcement, we know that they're going to be shaking up the cast a little bit. We're going to see new faces, both in front of and behind the DM screen. They're going to full pre-recording in order to add more flexibility to their release schedule. And they're getting a brand new table where they can all sit together once again. A whole new redesigned set for it. It's going to take place on the continent of Wildmount this time. And we don't know if it's going to be what time frame it's going to be set, but it's going to be exciting one way or another. I'm a bit of a critter. I'm excited for it, and it made me very happy to hear this announcement. You guys got any thoughts on it?
I know nothing about the rules, but just watching them laugh and get into like some of the most hilarious misadventures just makes my day. Like, believe it or not, my friend who had just passed away recently, he was the one who actually got me into it. Like, I actually went back and watched some of like the best moments, and there was moments where I just couldn't breathe because of just how fast it all goes off the rails. Like, it always starts. Dude, it's like an episode of Lower Decks. It always starts out like it's going to go right, and then it just goes off the rails so fast. I love this. I'm excited about this.
Anybody else? Okie doke. Moving on to our gaming topics. Son, what's new on the Act to Watch this week?
The Act list.
So, everybody's gonna be mad. As soon as it was announced, you knew ActiBliz was going to do exactly this. Activision Blizzard this week settled their EEOC lawsuit for $18 million.
All it.
Years and years of harassment, and a company whose net worth, which is $78 billion, and let's not play any games. At least cut that in half for their actual liquid assets right now. It's still $39 billion, and they're paying $18
Now,
million.
which one is the EEOC suit? Because there's a bunch still going on, right?
Equal Employment Opportunity Commission.
Yep.
Okay.
That's the one suing them. That's the one suing them directly for It's the one suing them for trying to not have unions and stuff. For all of the other, like, not only the stuff that the DFEH in California is suing, but they were going after them for previous union busting, company-wide harassment of not just the female employees but others as well, and the management themselves kind of basically telling employees that also got leaked, you come to us before you go to the DFEH.
Right. So that's one, but there's four other suits still going on?
There's three. There's one other suit going on and two other investigations.
Well,
because
there's more than one suit.
Well, no, there's one suit by the DFEH there's an investigation that is turning into a lawsuit because the investor suit is now actually in the investigation stage by a law firm who's picked it up. So it's not gone to being a suit yet, but you know it will.
Yeah.
But that's the one where Activision Blizzard is going to have to pay out of the fucking nose.
So we still got California's Departments of Equal of Employment and Housing, and then we've got the federal departments, the federal lawsuit, the investigation that's still ongoing as well.
Right.
Plus
right.
plus the investor one, which is what you just mentioned.
Right.
All right. So one is disappointing, but there's still 3 more going on. That's definitely not going to go well for them.
So the other lawsuit is the U.S. National Labor Relations Board suit, investigation and possible lawsuit. So
All right.
because the
any other updates?
At this point, well, like I said, the other biggest point is that the shareholder thing has actually been picked up by a lawyer who's doing the investigation now. So they're doing their investigation for failure to, oh God, I can't remember the name of it. I had it written down and then closed the notepad. Oops. They like dereliction of duty essentially for the shareholders, to your shareholders, because they were supposed to tell them about any investigations that were going on. And not only did they not tell them about the DFEH investigation, well, we just now found out that they probably didn't even tell their shareholders there was an EEOC investigation going on for the past 2 years. So, yeah, no, Mr. Kotick is in a lot of fucking trouble right now.
Oh yeah.
And if Mrs. Townsend gets hired by anybody else ever again, instantly remove yourself from buying shit from that company.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alrighty.
All right. Anything else, son?
Okay, so this was something that happened last week. I forgot to bring it up.
All right.
I can't remember what position it was, but I think one of their lawyers, one of Activision Blizzard's like PR, HR lawyers, literally jumped ship when the EEOC investigation came to light. Just straight up quit, resigned everything. It's like, oh my God, well, that shit's happening. So I mean, yeah, we're all mad. We're continuing to be mad, and it's like, it's just a shame that it's going to be the investors who actually bankrupt Activision Blizzard. It's going to be the rich people who get to destroy the company.
Kind of poetic in that way. Or maybe ironic.
Karma.
It's like rain on your wedding day. It's
a bit of an update on something we talked.
Speaking of music, though, that reminded me that one thing I wanted to say about the oh good God, what was it? The what if you cannot have like the Superior Strange without. Please, Marvel, for the love of God. I know you've already got it in the canon shit. Please, for the love of God, have like a 5-second clip of the Doors. People are strange. Come on. That's the perfect fucking intro for Supreme Strange to be in the next episode as a good guy.
And not to mention, Doctor Strange himself was actually a music guy, so that would actually work really well.
Exactly.
So while we're on the topic of music, I know some of us here are sports fans, but it looks like, speaking of musicians, the Super Bowl has got their halftime show already sorted out for this year. We've got, it looks like Snoop Dogg, Mary J. Blige, Dr. Dre, Kendrick Lamar, and Eminem all performing.
Okay.
So you're not going to hear any
Jeez,
songs.
Raina, how
because you're
many
gonna
are there?
I don't know. I went down the rabbit
Look,
hole. I can't get out.
Look. It's literally every piece of furry art ever. There's going to be a million images, and most of them are going to be not safe for work.
No, I
The
guess
ones that are safe for work are going to be cute as fuck.
literally this is part of like I guess like a big fan project from years ago. Like this was before it was even relevant. This is from some ROM hack called Blazing Emerald. This is a real thing that someone made.
Yes. Oh, it gets better. I look
Okay.
into yeah.
Orion.
Like low key, I'm gonna keep this thing as my profile image of the show.
Keep
You should
that
have-
poor little thing away from Snorlax.
Oh man, a bit of an update on one of the ActiWatch topics that we mentioned last week. There were a couple more items that were added to the change and censor list that we talked a bit about. Now, one thing that I don't think we did mention last week is that these items that are being changed are only on the public test realm. These aren't in the live game yet, and they had to be data mined to be seen. So the fact that these have been changed and are only in the public test realm, but Blizzard haven't talked or announced them yet, makes it jeez.
I promise
That's reaching a bit back into meme history.
Oh my God, Raina, you're going into a bad rabbit hole. Get out now.
We don't know if these changes are actually going to be in the final official game, but we'll see. But in addition to the new changes, the the big pink love rocket is a mount in the game. Its name and icon have been changed. That one's definitely a bit more overt. Son, you're about to say something?
I bet it's been changed.
Yeah, you can see why.
And a boss fight from the Mist of Pandaria expansion. The two consorts have the name and description has been changed as well.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, I don't understand what's offensive or
this is
suggestive about consort.
Is this Blizzard trying to save their ass and doing everything they can?
Because if it was some kind of virtual signal, they would have said something about it.
Okay, so this actually so part of this is yes, the lawsuit going on, but part of this is also the corporate speak, quote unquote, appeal to modern audiences, which is corporate speak for making everything mediocre and bland so nobody has the potential to be offended.
Here's the thing about that. If Blizzard was doing this as some kind of PR move to make it seem like that they are making changes to make the game more palatable for modern sensitivities, they would have said something about it.
Not necessarily. I mean,
but they haven't.
Yeah,
these have been data mined, but they've made no statements. They've barely acknowledged the fact that these are being changed, or if they're final. And thirdly, there are NPCs. There are Night Elf NPCs in the game that are essentially in armor bikinis that match how they looked in Warcraft 3, both male and female, that are still in the game. There are various transmogs that people call slutmogs because they are essentially a bit more revealing than other bits of armor, and they haven't been changed.
Give it time.
It will happen eventually.
I think that I saw an opinion on this earlier today, and I'm in somewhat agreement of it. If Blizzard was trying, or if the Warcraft team was trying to do something like this that was supposed to be a virtue signal, they would have talked about it by now. They would say, "Hey, look at what we're doing."
I don't believe the modern audiences thing is a virtue signal at all. I believe that the modern audiences thing is the industry itself trying to not offend anybody, but without saying we're not trying to offend anybody. Like what did they say about the new KOTOR reboot? they use the exact same language, reimagined for modern audiences.
Well, that's what remakes are exactly for. To take an old game and update it so that it feels more modern.
I understand that, but in the conversation about what they were doing to change it, they were talking about removing like some kind of Twi'lek arc thing in that game. And I look, I've not played it, so I don't know, but like I was literally listening to Liana Kersner. Like, and she's like super duper out there about being a feminist and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, they're changing the game to make it less offensive for everybody, which is basically them making everything mediocre. So nothing mediocre and bland. So it's not offensive.
If I may, I actually agree with you here, Ross. I feel like with Blizzard, there's no way they'd be able to shut their mouth about this, PR-wise. There's no fucking way. Companies will put themselves out there for much less when they're trying to overcorrect and thinking that they're doing some big thing, especially because the heat is on Blizzard. This is all the much more reason I would think that they would be like, hey, look at this good thing we're doing. You guys see this? Yeah, we're not the bad guys. Please put your knives away. Like, this
keep giving us money.
For them to do this silently on repeat doesn't feel like a Blizzard move at all. And I know that they're going through some bad PR, but let's be honest. That's all the much more reason that these old corporate goons would not be able to shut their fucking mouths about it. If it was some move for the good of everything, this feels really just odd, honestly. And actually, it's kind of funny because in MMO culture, like I've noticed this a lot with Final Fantasy. A lot of the female players that I've been playing with have actually really just kind of embraced it and find something. I'm not saying everyone does, but I feel like it's a big part of MMO culture. I just don't think, like, looking at it as it is, like, I feel like Blizzard is just low-key changing things, and I don't think we're going to know why until way later. Because if it's PR, they're not going to shut up about it. I mean, like, look at Overwatch. When that came out, people were pissed off about that. They, like, just changed things, like, even things they didn't think, and they just kept going on, and like, look at what we did, and look at what we did. Yep. They don't have the ability to stay quiet.
They were quite public about changing the name, the name of one of the main characters of Overwatch, because it was a reference to one of the developers who is involved in the scandal, including names of zones in World of Warcraft. And they've been quite public about it.
Jeez.
Damn it, Marina.
Oh, God.
Okay. Let's move on. That completely derailed me.
Yay!
So, in summary, the situation at Blizzard continues to unravel, and we will watch and play the fiddle as it all burns down. Speaking of burning things down, let's talk a bit about Twitch. They've actually rolled out a new security measure to help combat hate raids, and that is
eternity later.
And that is additional verification enabling to allow people to speak in your channel. Already, you have, in some cases, like on my channel, I ask people to have a verified account through their email address before they can use chat in the channel. Now, Twitch is adding verification via phone number to make it that much more difficult for bots to completely overload people's chats.
Yeah, because, they can't, you can't get a free phone number off the internet for scam artists to create his account. That's absolutely not possible.
Yes, but it takes time for that to be verified, Justin.
And not to mention, I think that most hackers don't want to go through, like, not hackers, but I don't think trolls want to go through that much effort for one.
I'm going to disagree with this move. I'm going to disagree with this move entirely. It was not until I got affiliate and they told me I had to have two-factor authentication through my phone number that I ever put a fucking phone number into Twitch.
I didn't have to put a phone number. I used 2FA.
See, that's the thing. For me to get affiliate, they literally wanted my fucking phone number. I don't know why. Don't ask me why. That's what they wanted. Now, if you're having to do this whole same shit just to chat in people's Twitch channels, like, okay, sure.
Well,
Like,
if you're already authenticated with Twitch by itself, then you shouldn't have to redo it again. That wouldn't make sense.
Honestly, I'm on the flip on this. Like, I actually think this is a great idea because I seriously don't think like trolls are gonna go through the effort of getting a fake phone number and doing that just for one joke, just for that account to get banned, and then they got to go through all that effort again just to start it over again. Just because we're giving our phone numbers into this, like, when you sign a terms of service, has anyone actually here read through the fucking 16 to 25 goddamn pages that you sign when you go onto Twitch? Like, come on. It's a phone number. You put your email out there. You put everything else out there. Like, I just feel like that there's no comparison here. Like, I feel like that this is going to be a good first step. You got a two-factor authenticate. Most of us do that anyways.
So I feel like the old fucking man in this group. I hate having to do this shit with a phone number. I ask every single time, why does this company want my phone number? They already have my email address. They can contact me directly through my email address. Why the fuck do they want my phone number?
Even if it's nothing, it's still more than it was before, which is going to derail people putting in the effort. I don't like when we're looking at this, like, you're putting your phone number in. Well, like, I just kind of find it humorous because, like, data tracking in itself, like, honestly, that's the least of our fucking problems. every time I go on Facebook and I don't have to do anything but speak, and my phone is putting up ads of things that I didn't even search for, but it's heard me talk.
You don't even just speak.
To me,
you just need
a
to think.
phone number. Like, there's been times I've had a conversation with my mom about something stupid like fucking Vikings or psychology, and suddenly I'm getting like psychology reference, like fucking bust of Freud, freaking Viking, like actual like makeshift like fan made axes and things, like things that I would never search for, but I've talked about. Like, putting a phone number in Twitch's thing is like kind of like just one little more step. Like, it's not going to fix hate raids. It's not going to completely do it, but it's going to derail those low level trolls that aren't going to put in the extra effort. And that to me is okay as a first step. Honestly, it's not great, but it's something.
And it's just an option to enable for your channel. So, like I said with mine, I have one of the security restrictions I have for my channel is that you can't speak and chat unless you have a email verified account. I can further add to that and say you have to have a phone and email verified account. Otherwise, you can't use chat. Or it's the same thing as if someone limits their chat to followers only or subscribers only. These are options that Twitch gives you to further secure your channel or limit who you want, who can use your chat room. It adds a further degree of difficulty for trolls who just make new accounts as soon as they're banned. I was one of the guys I follow. I was in his chat a while back, and a guy kept using vulgar language, so he got banned. 2 minutes later, the guy was back with a different username, continuing to troll and say, "Hey, you keep banning me, I'll come right back." And with verification, it makes that much longer. And sure, he might go through it, but eventually he's going to get tired of making new accounts like that.
And I mean, like
solution, but it's a solution.
I mean, like our friend 10-4, hello Jason, said in chat. I mean, it's really easy for people to get phone numbers. I don't have my actual phone number on anything on the internet. I have a Google phone account that I use to sign up on my website. That is the phone number I use for everything, for two-factor, everything. Because I don't want to put my phone number on the internet just because, people can track you.
I hate to break it to you, Justin, but your phone number's already on the internet. People, I get why, but the internet, the government knows everything about you. They know your phone number. They
Oh
know your-
yeah, it may be, but I'm not using it to sign up on any website. I mean,
I know,
I'll
but I mean,
use
like,
my Google phone number for that. It's like I use the separate. I have separate emails for everything. I have separate emails from like gaming websites. I got emails for stuff like this. I got emails for stuff like my streaming stuff. As some of you know that.
I think that my argument here, especially, is the ones that are complaining that there's no solutions in all this, but then are complaining that, oh, well, I don't want my phone number out there, and I don't want that. Like, do you understand how like counterproductive that is? You want a solution, you just don't want that one. They're not saying that this is the fix-all be-all of all trolls and hate raids and things, but it's just an alternative for people that want something now. You don't have to do that. Like, if you feel like this doesn't apply to me, this is something that, like, you don't have to sign up for it.
Well, see, here's another
Jason.
thing.
Hey, don't worry, 10 forward. Dog the bounty hunter's on the case.
So
Yeah.
here's another thing that would help significantly, and possibly significantly more than just the two-factor authentication thing. Limiting the amount of account names you can create with a single fucking email address. Like the other day, people were getting 30 hosses following all at once.
Hey, Ross, you and me.
All of those accounts can literally be created by a single fucking email address.
I got a whole bunch of them the other day, and it was Gun You 1 or Gun You 8. I'm just like, ban.
And
ban.
knock on wood, none today.
I haven't either, but they is still young.
Well, I guess for me, it's just nice to see something for those who will actually, use this feature. Like, as someone who like consistently puts the furry and trans tag in her streams, like that's something that, like, it's not something great, it's not something perfect, but you know what? I'd rather have some protection than just none.
All right, let's wrap up this topic and get to our final story for the night. And Raina, you seem quite excited about this, so how about you take the lead on it?
I actually forgot what story this is. Holy crap.
Tokyo Game Show.
Oh, yes! I did not know this was going on, and holy crap, is it Japan-centric for Xbox being such a mainstay of it? Like, I love this. Like, I feel like the space is opening up. And let me first compliment that thumbnail while this is loading up, because holy crap, that's great. But seriously, Square Enix, we're finally getting the fucking Zack Strife story on the new Final Fantasy VII Remake, which is great because Crisis Core was amazing. And you people should find a PSP and go back and play it or emulate it because it is beautiful and it's a masterpiece. They talked about more Final Fantasy 14 expansion stuff, which is great because I want to play the dancer. I want to be a sexy dancer class, and no one's going to stop me. And not to mention ghosts and freaking goblins. Yes, I love that. And now it's doing a crossover with Sonic. That's gonna be freaking sweet.
Sonic and Armor.
Yeah, and not to mention, like, the idea that Xbox wants to get more into the Japanese gaming market. I think it's great. I think that's a really great idea to start branching out because Xbox has always been kind of that centric American brand, and I think like they're doing little things. Like I would have never bought Code Vein. I played it on Game Pass. I really, really liked it, and that's a Bandai Namco game. Like, I feel like there's a lot kind of there for them to pick at,
So does this mean we'll get a Knuckles the Echidna game with the crossover of Shovel Knight?
Oh my god, I would so be into that. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I do not
the earth.
I must say, like, I do not like the Sonic characters in their own games, but when they cross over into other stuff, they're actually really good. Like, I haven't found a Sonic
chivalry.
game dude, Sonic Colors was like the only good Sonic game, and I will die on that hill. But also something that's funny, Scarlet Nexus just came out, and I'm actually kind of excited that that's on Game Pass as of today. And my big news, I love the Evil Within games, and the director is working on a new project. Oh, Shinji Mikami is some good stuff, man. Makes some great horror games. This is exciting. Like, this isn't like, I know it's very like weeb centric, but that's what makes it perfect. Like seriously, like it's kind of nice that we're going back into an RPG age again. I felt like that was kind of like becoming a lost art because you guys got to admit this shooter centric thing. Like I love shooters. I love RTS games now, thanks to Travis, who's got me hooked on freaking Age of Empires. But it's nice to go back to the weeb age, man. More Final Fantasy. Like seriously, like, and not to mention, I'm really excited at this mysterious project that they're doing that looks like kind of like a sequel to Octopath Traveler, which is a fantastic game. If you have a Switch, play it. And it's on PC, and I think it's on the other platforms as well now. Octopath is a really great game. Honestly, it's going to be big for games coming this year. And I think now that the consoles are like kind of pushing hard and trying to get their productions in line, it'd be really nice if they can get it all in order next year because it's looking good. And not to mention, but no sign of my love. The new Metroid Prime. Where are thou? Where will you be?
We're getting Metroid Dread.
Hey, and you know what? I'm actually glad that we're going back to a fusion style horror centric vibe. But I
need my Metroid Prime 4.
Oh,
Speaking of
thank you, Greg.
games,
I want to rub your head right now. It's like very just, dude. Metroid Prime.
They're going through the third developer right now.
Oh, I swear, if we have talk about the baby again, I'm gonna lose my mind because I don't want any more other M crap. And Breath of the Wild 2, Jesus, please stop showing these broken aisles. Show me some actual dungeons. Nintendo, I know you hear me, damn it. I got an Orion as my picture. You're ready to copyright strike me at any moment.
So I have to. Okay, so I think I know the reason why they've had to go through a. Now we're dealing with a third like producer for Metroid Prime 4. It's because like Nintendo pretty much explicitly said that Dread was the close of the actual Metroid saga. It was like the close of the Metroids in Samus's universe. Not that it was the end of Samus's universe, just it was the close of the Metroids being a part, the Metroids and possibly the Chozo being a part of that universe. And that makes me wonder if Prime 4's development is taking place post-Fusion as well.
The Prime series is supposed to take place in between Metroid and Metroid 2.
The first three, yes, they do. Which makes me wonder if they've had to rewrite Prime 4 to take place post-Fusion.
Interesting.
Because it would give them a chance to reintroduce Phazon as a big bad of the universe.
Justin, you're about to say something?
I was just I forgot what it was now, damn it. Oh yeah, Crisis Remastered is now available on the EA Play Pro.
Okay. One of the more interesting bits of news that came out of this for me, although I'm very cautiously optimistic about it, is a Metal Gear Solid 3 remake.
Ooh, Snake Eater is good.
Yes, it is.
Hey, guys, so I actually know when it takes place. This is right after Fusion. I guess I was looking on Reddit and somebody actually shared the clip where they were saying, like, when they had first unveiled the first gameplay of the game, that's why the suit is exactly the same. It's right after Fusion.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Dread takes place after post-Fusion.
And somebody had stated like that did the Japanese translation of the Nintendo Treehouse that said that the device tracing Samus around is something that's actually searching for the X parasite.
Mm-hmm. There is a Nintendo has a weekly Dread report they've been releasing for the past couple of weeks, and a lot of that stuff goes into the details of it. Yeah, it takes place post Fusion. The X parasite was found on a planet, and they sent these robots to go and find the parasite, and then the robots went dark.
And in one of the most recent trailers, you see a Chozo in power armor.
Wow.
A living Chozo.
Give me Metroid Prime 4.
I'm just gonna say, like, looking back at every Metroid game, Metroid Fusion has always been my favorite.
Same.
I feel like it atmospherically, it is true as a horror game, and surprisingly for the GBA, it is surprisingly effective. It is anxiety inducing, and not to mention the nightmare reveal in that game is one of the best reveals in video games, period. Just the ominous shadows lurking in the back, and then the glass is broken when you return, and then it's just a haunting reveal. It's great.
That and Steris.
All right,
That
let's
and Steris.
let's wrap up this story with a question. Save or kill the animals?
We're not playing the new Duck Hunt horror game.
No, it's Super Metroid. Do you finish the game by saving the animals, or do you leave them to die?
Well, you canonically you save the animals no matter what you do because they pilot your ship.
Son, we want a dark moment from everybody. Do we kill them or do we save them?
No, I'm making a reference to the Games Done Quick speed runs. One of the big donation incentives is to compel the runners to either complete the game as quickly as possible or delay, retrieve the animals, then complete the game.
Metroid already had its dark period. It's called Other M. We don't talk about the baby.
Oof.
Never mention the baby.
But isn't the baby the baby Metroid that literally attaches to Samus in the second game?
Yes, but the thing is the way she says it is just really just it's weird because her accent just randomly goes to Australian for no reason, where it's like the baby. It's like the dingo ate her baby. Like every scene, and it's the worst translation job ever, and it's fucking terrible. Like that game, I punished myself through it because by the time I got to 50%, I just went, fuck it, I'm already this way through. Let's see how this thing goes. And
This is actually a what is the term? This is like a forefront for just voice acting in general for video games, because voice actors are hired and they're usually not given like a whole bunch of shit to kind of give them the character. They're just told, here, say these lines.
All right, guys, Travis is fading fast, so let's move on to our final topic of the night. Everyone's favorite. What are we watching? Travis, since you're about to pass out, let's lead with you.
I'm sorry. I am just getting hit hard.
You're okay.
It's all right, man. We've all had that moment.
Damn it, Justin.
But this week on Disney Roulette.
Woo.
Oh, is that bad?
What horror
wasn't-
story were you
Poor thing.
witnessing?
It wasn't horrible, but it was very cringy.
I don't see you cringe that bad on normal things, so this ought to be a good one.
We pulled a Disney Channel movie called Up, Up, and Away.
Oh.
Oh, you poor
I
thing.
haven't seen it.
You poor thing.
Up, Up,
Don't,
and
Ross.
Away is a it's a Disney Channel movie about a family that is comprised of superheroes, except for their 14-year-old son, who has failed to develop any superpowers.
And their weakness is aluminum foil.
Their weakness is aluminum foil.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the villains of this movie are horrible. Like, this movie has some of the worst antagonists I've ever seen, because it's like, one's this girl who is like, she makes this computer program to like try and save the world or whatnot, because she wants to take over the minds of adolescents and give them little commands like, hey, I want you to recycle more, or, hey, I want you to eat tofu more, or whatever. She wants to like change the world by making people, like adolescents, be the better change. And she has this partner who just wants to, get a bunch of money and be this criminal mastermind. And he is a complete jock to the point of it just being stereotypical and laughable. Like, towards the end of the movie, he has all the superheroes in this aluminum foil cage, and he just like kind of crumbles up a aluminum foil ball and just like kind of tosses it like, what you gonna do about it? It's just like, you're fucking 18, kid.
He's a fucking like jock version of Crunk.
Pretty much. And I mean, like, credit where credit is due. I do find the concept of this movie to be actually kind of cool because, like, you could see what that the movie is trying to show. Like, oh, you don't need superpowers to be a superhero. You don't need superpowers to save the day. And
Batman.
It does follow like this little boy who, he's hoping he can get superpowers. He's hoping he can get super strength or be able to fly. And he does go on this bit of a liar revealed plot, which is very predictable. But I mean, towards the end of the movie, like, he does like figure out how to save the day without the use of superpowers. And I gotta give credit to the movie again. Like, I was half expecting the movie to be like, oh, he's gonna get his superpowers in the nick of time when he least expects it. That doesn't happen. The movie ends and he is still normal. It's like, oh, I like that. Like, that's a cool plot development. Like, that was something I legit did not see coming.
Plus, they need a normal human family member to open up their aluminum foil zucchini bread.
Yeah, like,
another thing to mention here, which is actually kind of it's sad, but I mean, this is a predominantly black cast film. Like, the entire family is a black family, and like some of the other main characters in this movie are black characters. And it's like, this movie is great if you're a kid, you're not really paying attention, but as an adult, you're like, holy shit.
Yeah. It's pretty it gets pretty cringy in a lot of areas. And I mean, like, there are some charming bits here and there. Like, it's like hokey, campy fun at some points. Like, there's a point where they're like stopping a bank robbery and like the news is filming them like just effortlessly like taking out the criminals while they're, talking about what they need for dinner or whatnot. It's like, that's charming in its own right. But like, as the movie just went on, I found it getting to a point where I was like, oh God, this thing needs to end, because it's just, like, it's not the worst thing I've ever seen, but it is pretty, it was one I am happy we got out of the way. I'll say that much. So yeah, up and away.
It's very emotionally draining to watch as an adult.
Yes, it is.
No, it was definitely geared for kids, because trying to watch it as an adult, you're sitting there going, what am I doing with my life? Why am I watching this shit?
Like I said, we had fun with it. It was just like, oh God, I hope I'm never gonna watch it again. That's all I can say.
All right.
Oh, yes, Ross, you're not missing much.
Son, what have you been watching this week?
So I was still trying to get through Voyager when Netflix cut me off. I'm not even kidding. I was halfway through an episode when Netflix was like, this title is no longer available. I'm like,
yep.
Fuck. Like, in the middle of me watching it?
Uh-huh.
Yep.
So I had to. Luckily, the big huge thing I posted today on Facebook, I had just seen, and that was the episode Nemesis from Voyager. and it's actually a really, really, really good episode. And
Close your ears, Rain.
it made me think about. I mean, like the whole thing is this thing in propaganda, right? And being propagandized, and Chakotay's line at the end. I mean, I didn't even realize how long I'd been working towards such a goal till I rewatched this episode, and I mean, I literally had to make a huge fucking Facebook post about it. That's the reason I have my tagline. Chakotay's line is he meets the nemesis at the end because they're the ones who eventually save him, and he goes, I wish it was easier to stop hating as it was to start. Yeah, I mean that's what I do. What I do. We're so caught up in instant gratification. It's created otherism everywhere, and not just political sides. We're talking about fandom sides and this and that and the other, whether or not you like chocolate cake or strawberry. I mean, oh my God, like there is like just pure utter hatred for people. And it's like, that's why I do what I do, because eventually someone is going to go, okay, let's talk. So me watching Voyager, that's what I've been doing.
That was one of the most standout episodes of Voyager I've seen, and it's stuck in my head quite a bit too, especially the way the episode is framed. The glimpses you get of Voyager while Chakotay is being programmed, when you see the enemy, they're speaking with Voyager, and the way each one is designed. The ones that are conditioning Chakotay are similar human looking. They're very humanoid in feature, in build, and everything else. And the enemy, they are grotesque. They're
Nausicaans with a paint change.
Yeah, they look like the Predators.
Wish.com version of Nazi.
Yeah, and it's striking because it's everything about that episode was, as you said, son, was built around otherism. These beings, they don't look like us. They don't speak like us. They're so very different, and they're responsible for
our dead.
And they're responsible for all of the hardship and trouble that you've had. So here, go fight them. And by that point, you're conditioned to hate and revile just the sight of them. So you go into battle thinking that you're justified, that you're fighting literal monsters, only to find out that the monsters have been using you the whole time. It's such a poignant episode. That's
the other thing. All of the shots that take place back on Voyager, where they talk about communicating with the planet species, they mentioned that they're talking to. They mentioned that they're talking to the name of them, but you don't ever see them on Voyager. And I wonder if that was a writing mistake, because the whole time they're talking about it and not showing them being on Voyager, and then there's this panned shot of them beaming in that's supposed to be like this big reveal, and it's like, you've already said that they're already working with them. You've broken that reveal. So
it was a really good one.
Even with a mistake like that episode still really holds up fantastically.
Absolutely. Yeah. Anything else?
No, just that I'm going to be watching a whole bunch more stuff because I got access to Paramount Plus thanks to some gracious people.
You are very welcome.
So, I was trying to not legally, get you in trouble, but whatever, Justin.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, you're basically family anyways, and you're allowed to share it with family. So
Hey,
why
you
not?
guys are technically free advertising. I mean, to be fair.
But yeah, no, I think I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna continue watching Voyager now, and I don't know. Maybe I'll go back to Picard for a little bit.
Catch up on Lower Decks.
No, thank you.
Nah.
Okay, that's right.
You
That's
don't
right.
want to keep
You don't
blame
enjoy it
around a
very
full
well.
spread.
Look,
That's fine.
I at least gave it a chance. It's not my style. I can't stand Rick and Morty. I can't stand Lower Decks.
All right. Well, speaking of disliking Lower Decks, Greg, what have you been watching this week?
Haven't watched a whole lot. Spent the what's today? Friday. Spent the entire day yesterday traveling. Spent the time with my aunt and uncle. But I did watch a certain thing on YouTube. Watch Mojo channel. I watch religiously. Did their top 100 movies of all time. It's about an hour and a half long, roughly. Great, fantastic list. Number one wasn't a surprise for me. But their top 10 was a really good choice in films, ranging from Return of the King, Empire Strikes Back, Psycho, and their number one choice was The Godfather.
Yes.
So, it was a good list. I highly recommend watching it. Like I said, it's about an hour and a half, so watch it in bits. They start off the list really well. They end it really well. And I pulled another one. The reason why I bring this list up is because my film class that I'm in for political science now has to watch this list because our main topic in this class is Hollywood and race relations. So our professor watched it. He goes, "Hey, let's go ahead and watch this top 100 list and tell me what you guys think with the race relations in Hollywood." I'm like, "Oh crap!" So it is now a homework assignment for the rest of the class.
All right.
Yeah, you learn to keep your mouth shut.
All right. Thank you, Greg. Justin, how about you?
Well, I caught up on Teen Titans, I guess. Titans, the HBO show this week, and holy shit. I won't spoil it for Greg because I know he's not there yet, but you are in for a ride once you get caught up because it is going to be a hell of a finish. Yeah, they're doing it justice, and I thought it was going to suck at first. I think Raina said something similar. You know, the way they presented the trailer, we're all like, "Oh God, looks like crap." But no, they're actually doing really, really, really well. So good on them for that. Let's see other stuff I've done. I'm on my DS9 season 3. Just at the end of it, getting ready to start season 4. The I don't know. Let's see. There was something else I caught this week, but I don't know. Oh yeah, I watched Star Wars Visions again. We need to review that at some point, maybe next week.
Yeah, I'm watching it this weekend.
I need to make time to watch it this weekend.
Yeah, so once everybody gets a chance to cut up, we'll do a review. I've avoided really talking about, but yeah, it's a little quirky, a little bit out there, but that's what this is meant to be. Star Wars version of What If. So it's the name of What If. It's this weird takes on things. The art style's different on every episode. It's kind of like when we had to animate a short track. So both of those were different, completely animation styles. That's the way this is. But yeah, I think you'll get a kick out of it. But yeah, other than that, yep, that's been it. Other than my normal gaming run. And fuck Batman.
Thank you, Justin. As for me, I really haven't been able to watch much this week. Just my typical stuff on YouTube. One interesting video that I did watch was from creator E.C. Henry, who does a lot of shipbuilding via 3D software. He's done stuff for Star Wars and Star Trek. And this week, he released a video doing a thought experiment. Would the whales that Kirk and company transplant from the past to the future, George and Gracie, would they actually fit inside of the bird of prey as it's seen on screen? The issue being that there's some major inconsistency with the size of that ship, both in between movies and in the actual movie itself. But he does come up with a solution that does make the whales actually fit inside the ship. So it was fun to see, both from a design and concept standpoint, and to know that it actually does work within how it was presented on screen, albeit with a little creative fudges here and there. Also, I fell down a bit of a rabbit hole of video memes this week. In this case, no, Patrick, that's a blank meme. It's a scene from SpongeBob SquarePants where SpongeBob is trying to teach Patrick how to open a jar, but he keeps picking up other things instead, and ridiculousness ensues. So instead of a jar, Patrick picks up a hologram of the Emperor telling him to execute Order 66. Instead of a jar, Patrick picks up the Ashbringer and goes on a crusade. Instead of a jar, he picks up Frostmourne and begins harvesting Bikini Bottom and raising everyone in undeath for the glory of the Lich King.
Do it. That's a gun.
Instead of a can opener, he picks up Large Marge. Or to be more specific, Large Marge picks him up.
Yes, it's a ridiculous meme in the same vein as steamed hams, which has a similar ridiculous rabbit hole.
Funny, Ross, none of that sounded like Lucifer.
Do it. Do it.
I'm about to Mountain Dew your ass.
I don't think we asked Raina what she's watching. So, Raina, what are you watching?
I am playing a ton of Final Fantasy 14. 3 days of playing it, and I'm level 54, and I'm freaking proud of my healer that is so freaking powerful that I make barriers that straight up can one-shot enemies with reflect damage in certain areas. Like, I love this game so much. Like, the community, the dungeons, the boss designs, like the fact that you have to go in and learn how an actual boss operates like the good old days, not this go for the weak points. It don't tell you shit. It's like, here is you. This is a big ass dragon. Figure it out. And I can't tell you how many times I got knocked off a freaking cliff just because I didn't know the attack patterns, but it's really, really nice to have to figure stuff out in like dungeons and raids again. It's not handholdy in those regards, but honestly, like Final Fantasy 14, I'm going to say this, and this is probably going to be a hot take, but this isn't just a good like MMO. This is one of the best Final Fantasy stories, like period. That and I'm only in vanilla, like a Realm Reborn. Like I haven't even got to the expansions, and it is already shaping up to be one of the deepest Final Fantasy stories I've ever played, and surprisingly deep for an MMO. And I like that the game is so good community wise. Like, yeah, you need people to do dungeon runs, but like the community is really helpful and everyone works together and they actually encourage you to ask questions and honestly, like this game could really be solo. Like I choose to go with a few other people, and I've honestly had more fun in this game than I've had in any other game in the past 5 years. So
just wait till you get to the real end game.
Oh, I know. Yeah, like as soon as I saw Ifrit, I was the Leonardo DiCaprio meme. Like as soon as it showed up, and it's like, okay, you're gonna fight this thing. Oh, by the way, here's a fireball to the face just to start the match with a doom clock counter over your head. Like it's nice to figure out all the like different intricate mechanics and parts that make up a dungeon. Like I feel like I haven't had that since like WoW's old days.
I'm not talking about dungeon crawling or raids. I'm literally talking fashion.
Oh, the first thing I said to my friend Maku is I'm like, show me how to make the sexy stuff. Well, what do you mean? I want to make the sexiest damn healer you've ever seen to the point that it distracts my fellow teammates. He just like paused for a minute. He's like, all right, I got something for you. I'm going to figure it out for you. So I've actually learned a lot. Like the game is kind of in that position where it can be as deep and intricate as you want it, or if you just want a simple yet like really interesting story, it's got that too.
You've not seen anything until you see the cowboy Lollyfell.
Oh Jesus! Like and yes, this game actually has a community that I learned that actually like strip dances and bars in there for money and everything. It's got like actual people that dance for Gil in the bars and stuff. It's kind of fascinating, but it feels like a live world. So,
I mean, it's like the old. It's like the old Republic MMO used to be.
It's lawless, the Azora. But no, I love this game. Definitely check it out if you guys get time. At least a free trial.
Okay.
Thank you, Raina. I wasn't quite done before Greg sent me into wild rage. I've, with the exception of just before the show, I actually have stable internets, and I've been able to stream a bit more this week. And through those streams, I actually built this model up to this point. It's not finished yet.
Very good.
I'm going to be keeping it in subassembly. But this is the throne of the Silent King, the supreme commander of the Necron army. It's really cool. These remind me of Borg alcoves. It's going to be awesome when it's done, and it's going to take me a while to paint too, so that's going to be nice. All right, now I'm done.
Also, I've been streaming Deep Rock Galactic this week with
my 10-hour shift schedule. I'll actually be able to stream regularly again. So that'll be fun. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us tonight. It is always a delight.
Wait a minute. What, did we hear from Justin? Justin,
Yes.
What were you going to say?
Yeah.
Okay. What were you going to say?
Yeah, I was just going to cut off. I was used to that. Yeah.
Well, what were you going to say?
Yeah. It's good. Never mind. But we're going on 4 hours. We need to wrap this up.
Okay.
Thank you guys so much for watching and hanging out with us into the early morning. It is a delight and a pleasure to be here and to geek out with all of you. And on behalf of the rest of the hosts, thank you very much. Hope you have a fantastic night. Justin, where can people find you?
Twitch TV, Commander Scepter. And if you're already there, you're in the right spot.
Greg.
Twitch TV /MongoosGaming88.
Son.
You can find me on twitch.tv/Sunseal.
Raina.
You can find me, guys, at twitch.tv/RainaWolf.
Travis and Lane.
You can see me breaking my back picking up a peanut.
Oh, God.
And if you're watching on Twitch, you're already in the right place. Twitch.tv/live_love_play. Thank you all once again. Son, if you would.
See, I misheard what you said, Travis. And yes, the way you think I misheard it.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Justin.
Going to bed.
Well, before you go, remember you were all loved and appreciated by just your being you.
Justin, play us out.
Florida Man this week. Hope to do it next week. 4 hour show. Hope you all understand. Have a great night.